Do you guys, like, ever completely miscalculate how much water is in your tea kettle when you hit boil? Because I did. I thought there was, like, enough for, like, a cup and a half of tea in there, and that should, like, take maybe 45 seconds to boil, but nope, I had just filled it. It's one of those moments where you completely self-sabotage yourself by trying to be efficient. Dishwasher? I've never had a dishwasher. What are you guys... Are you guys, like, talking about the time I set my washing machine on fire again? Don't be mean. So rude. So very rude. Okay, okay. Am I a little quiet? Okay, hold on. Let's do some sound calibration now. So that, you know, we don't have this problem later. Let me just bring the thingy up. Is it... Oh, you know why it's quiet? I was trying to figure out earlier in the week why I kept blowing out my mic when I was doing a recording. And so I turned down the input gain on my external mixer. So all of my digital mixers are now gonna need to be slightly adjusted to make up for that. So, does that sound better? At all? I realize I can't ask you guys if something sounds better and then just shut up because then it doesn't sound like there's anything happening at all. Is it still too low? Okay, hold on one second. Let's see if turning it up over there made a difference. No, it didn't! Okay! Well... I am not sure if I can make that do anything else. Can I make this go higher? Can I boost it? Oh, apparently I can put this in the positives, I guess. I don't know if it'll actually take, but it seems like it. Just scream everything? No, that's not good. Okay, no, it looks like it's peeking into yellow now, so we should be good. We should be good. Yeah. Imagine if you redo the 2.0 Archon quest with 4.0 resources. Yeah, I mean, that'd look a lot cooler. I think. We'd have more cutscenes for sure. Is it... Okay. Is it the desktop audio that's low, or is it my microphone that's low? Mic is still low. Okay. One more time. Let's boost it to 8. See if that helps. Is that better at all? Little bit, little bit. I need to remember to keep talking, or else you can't tell if it's better. Okay, good. All right, good. Give me 10 seconds. My kettle is now boiled, and then we can start. Another smart thing for me to do would be to turn the lights on in my kitchen when I try and pour tea, because I can't actually see how much water is in the cup until I go over to the place where there's lights. But I don't want to turn on the lights because I just have to go turn them off again. That's a pain in the butt. Alright, let's get settled in here. She says, like, that's actually a big thing you gotta do. It's not, really. And now we just have to be very careful not to knock that off my table. Okay! Hi, I'm here. Hello. And... Oh, chat needs to be open over... There we go. Now we're good. Hello! I've finished this event. And including all the mini games, because I wasn't sure how much time I had left, so I kind of blitzed them all at once. I think it's funny. A couple of these games are like straight out of Star Rail. Like this one. This one is straight up like one of the puzzles in Amphorius and Star Rail. I think that's kind of funny. Hello from Germany. I know that you're German. Can I get a... I'm not German. I'm Lithuanian. We talk nationality. I've got no German blood. None. Wait, there was one thing I wanted to do really quick. I forgot. Is this going to be a Genshin only stream today? Yes. Right. I did say we were going to try and do Zenless and HSR this week, and then I realized that HSR actually updates tomorrow. So I think I'm going to make the HSR stream next week, just so that it's after the update. Because if I stream before, yeah. I mean, like they go into maintenance tomorrow, I think, right? So I'm waiting a couple days for that, and I'm just gonna, we'll do Zenless and HSR on the same day. We'll like do a half and half stream. So today is Genshin only. We'll see how long we go for. But that said, I'm happy if anyone wants to ask questions or talk about Star Rail or Zenless. That's totally fine. I mean, I'm mostly just gonna be running around in here today, which is fine. I mean, to be fair, I do think it's a little bit more interesting to run around in Genshin than it is to run around in Star Rail and Zenless, because, you know, the world's a bit more open and I can just kind of meander. Does make it a bit helpful. Before we get... HSR should always be on... Oh, that'd be funny. The issue with doing HSR on Sundays is usually that I have obligations on some days that I have to go through. I did see that before we started, Razorclaw sent us a super chat, so thank you for that. Do you think that the main patch events now are the aftermath of the Natlan event too? I think you're asking like timeline-wise? Wait, where's Chi-Chi? Over here somewhere. Yes. I mean, the thing is like events have always kind of been that way, right? Like events in Genshin usually take into account everything that's happened recently. Where is she? Is she up? Even if she's not up, I'm gonna go up. I will find the Chi-Chi. Wherever she is. Is she inside the restaurant? Is that why I can't see her? Oh yeah, there she is. Yeah. So I think events have always happened like sequentially. Anytime an Archon quest comes out and then there's like an immediate event that follows, it always includes whatever happened in the Archon quest. Like it's never gonna take place before then. But they've literally always been like that. So I think that's just something that we have to keep in mind now that we're post finale. So that'll be nice. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know if they start referencing the Archon quests until their finale. So this might be the first main event that references Natlan. Well, that references the events that happen in Natlan. I was trying to remember, but I don't quite remember all that much. Fencer Dario, thank you for the super as well. I can't help but notice that we now have not one, but two major events in a row following Natlan's Archon quest where Region's Leyline hit the panic button. Yep. I mean, we're going into some serious foreshadowing territory. I think that's safe to say. If I may go a little bit off topic of what you're talking about, because I have thoughts surrounding this. I see you guys in chat, but I need to not get distracted. So I'm gonna ignore you guys in chat for a few minutes. Let me get this out first, and then I'll circle back to you guys. Yeah, so about the ley lines and hitting the panic button, the thing that I think Natlan really emphasized, regardless of your opinion on it, right? Like, regardless of your opinion on Natlan, the one thing that really stands out when it comes to Natlan is its emphasis on filling in the blanks of the lore. I feel like we have been almost on like an exponential curve where like we've been going really, really slow and making incremental progress on understanding lore, like over the last 3 years and upwards, right? And then in Sumeru, it started to kind of go up. In Fontaine, it also kind of started to go up. And then in Natlan, it's just spiking. And it's just like in a steep vertical incline now, right? And I think part of that is because the writers sort of realized that they have been slacking on uh giving people the all the tools that they need to actually like piece things together and to understand things themselves. That's kind of what I think. I think they realized, "Oh, wait, we want to tell this kind of story, but we actually can't because we didn't explain this to anybody." Like, we actually haven't, given them the information that would make the story possible yet. And so it becomes like a series of lore dumps. And I think that's part of why they're like really hitting the whole ley lines and the nightmare themes and like really trying to explain all of these intricacies of things that we've previously only really been able to theorize about. I think that's why they've like really turned up the gas on that. Um, and I think it's only going to get steeper because I think they've realized that they kind of screwed up the drip feed, so to speak. Yeah. Um, there was one other. Oh, there's one other thing that I think they've realized too. I don't know if this is quite as obvious as the thing I just mentioned, but like the thing about the Mikawa Flower Festival is that it was pretty simple, and I thought I was really just gonna stick with like the theme of nightmares versus dreams versus, maybe give us some more hints about the nature of the abyss and stuff. I really thought it might be something more along that lines. And then they went ahead and dropped the information about Chio. And the thing is, this is starting to become a recurring pattern where in events they've been giving us visuals and more retellings of lore that you could only really previously read about. And what I mean by that is like the story of Chio is scattered throughout several weapons and weapon enhancement materials and that kind of thing, right? And there's a couple of small world quests in Inazuma that also tie back to her and her kids. Um, but if you don't read any of that kind of stuff, then like the only thing you know about Chio, you might not even know her name. You'd probably just know her as that one Oni in A's trailer, right? So I think Hoyo's also trying to um, supplement their Dark Souls style lore feeding as well, so that more people know what's going on. I don't necessarily think that it has like a huge impact necessarily uh, on like the overarching story necessarily, but I think that they're trying to draw more attention to that kind of stuff. Is Ito a descendant of Chio? Not officially. It's been a hot minute since I went and looked at it. I don't think they're technically related, but I mean, they are both red Onis, so I would assume that somewhere in their lineage, there's probably a little bit of overlap, But I don't. He's not like a direct descendant as far as I remember. It's been a hot minute though. I could be a little wrong on that. And I looked into it for a bit, like a while back, but Onis ended up becoming so irrelevant to Inazuma's lore so quickly that I was like, maybe I shouldn't spend my time here right now. So there's that. But Canonless, thank you for the super chat. Labas. I confess I don't know what that means, but Labas to you too, I suppose. I don't know what that means. Someone's gonna educate me, I know that. Cosmic Abyss, thank you for the super as well. Out of all the HoYoverse games you've played and did videos on, which one has the most interesting lore for you? Oh, that's interesting because it's lore versus writing. Okay, I think... I still think Genshin has the most interesting lore. I think Zenless has the most interesting writing, and I think Star Rail has the most potential for both. Although I'm not super confident that Star Rail will hit that potential cap, for lack of a better term. No, I go this way. Yay! Climbing castles has never been so easy. Where is Amber? I'm assuming she's up here. Yeah, I'd say that it'd be in that order. I still think Genshin's is the most interesting, probably because it's just the most cohesive. The reason why Zenless's is probably a little bit less interesting to me in terms of like just straight up lore is only because it's more modern and also it's still quite young and hasn't really had time to mature. Did I just like completely ignore Amber? Is she like out here and I just didn't? Oh no, there she is. That wasn't that far off. Just hiding. That's fine. Yeah. I am, okay, so like overall though, like I am most looking forward to Zenless's updates, to be honest. Although, Amphorius has had a pretty strong opening, I think. I know a lot of people complained about it being really long, and I guess there was a lot of backlash about the puzzles and stuff, but I actually think as far as Hoyo's writing goes, like their typical writing for like Genshin, for Star Rail and, you know, their previous arcs, and also Honkai Impact, Hokai Gaku and that kind of stuff. Like if you look back at their history, I do think Amphorius is a pretty big improvement. It ain't perfect. It can still use quite a bit of trim down and a lot more, how do I put this? It should take a leaf out of Zenless's book and just present some things in a bit more of a straightforward manner, I think, personally. That's just me. But overall, I was fairly pleased with that. So I am looking forward to seeing where that goes. That's going to be interesting. They took 30 minutes for the crew to learn what they already told us in a 3-minute trailer. Yeah, I mean, there is that. Like, that's kind of what I mean, though. Like, so this is kind of an issue with gacha games, I think, in general. Because, like, you have to build up hype for things. And especially if you're going to, like, this big old region that you're going to invest a lot of time into and you want people to, like, be really excited for and everything, like, you have to release a lot of promotional material for it. And you have to make sure that the people who aren't going to pay attention to the story have something that, like, will kind of get them into it or tease them into it. And that's what a lot of those trailers are. And I think when you play typical RPGs, which is what you would compare something like Star Rail to, you don't really have those so much. So, like, if you didn't watch those little 3-minute trailers, like, the 30 minutes that you spend on it actually does make sense. But, like, in context, with the trailer, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But you also can't count on everyone having watched the trailer. So, like, there's a little bit of there are better ways to do it. Like I said, I don't think it's been handled as well as it could be, but seeing where they came from and looking back at Penacony specifically, it's a marked improvement. I think that much can be agreed upon. Like, okay, so like the thing about Penacony, right? Penacony was a lot of redundancies, right? Like a lot of redundancies. They would say the same thing over and over and over again in like 15 different ways, and then they kept like doing time rewinds and resets, and you know, like you there was so much metaphors and weird attempts at philosophical discussions that had zero impact whatsoever on the actual story, that like looking at Amphorius, I'm like, yeah, okay, like maybe this did take 30 minutes, but everything here actually mattered, right? And that's more how I'm judging it. I like to see improvement overall. If I see improvement, then I'm usually pretty good. It doesn't have to be super perfect, but yeah. Your issues with the Amphorius story is people standing around for 10 minutes like statues. They need to put more animations for characters. Yeah, that is a super valid criticism, because Star Rail in general does not use their camera. I don't know why their team is so averse to using their camera. But like if you watch these anecdotes of Genshin, right, that we've been kind of going through as I've been talking, right? Like these anecdotes, almost every character's line has a different camera angle on it. You notice that? Every single time, like, they get a whole new line down here and the text advance, it's a different camera shot. And it's like, there's not even that many different animations, although this one's new. But even if you don't have that many animations and you're just kind of like using the same sort of idle poses or stock animations over and over again, the fact that you can move the camera around so much and give you so many different perspectives is enough to give you a way better sense that something's happening. And Zenless kind of deals with this by mixing up how it tells you a story, right? Like you do have the characters who stand like statues for like short little interludes, or if you're just talking to them in the overworld or something. And then you also have like pre-rendered animations, which are so hyper animated that they're super fun to watch. But then you also have comic book sections, like whole comic book sections. And in those comic book sections, like the characters can be so animated, and you can have like so many different presentations, and like, you know, like they try to do it that way. And then when they don't have it in either of those other two ways, they have like 3 characters on screen, and they are a little bit more talking statue-ish, but like it still feels better than what Star Rail does, and it's so strange. I don't know. It's like they're using mentally the visual camera angle, and that's fine, but not for HSR. Yeah, like HSR is trying to be an RPG, but like it's being told as a visual novel. That is a good way to put it. I 100% agree that is one of Star Rail's biggest problems. Okay, so there's okay, I need to hold on. I know there's supers I need to get to, but hold on a second, because like this is something I actually have like a great interest in. Give me 1 second. Just stare at Wanderer for a second, because I think it was this guy. We're not gonna watch this video, but I want to show you guys this video, and I might link it in chat if I can find it. There we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me just turn this on for a second. Okay, so I spelled Daryl's name wrong. I'm sorry, Daryl. No one saw that. Okay, so this is Daryl Talks Games. He does like a lot of video game essays about different aspects of games, storytelling, presentation, all that kind of stuff. He's a really good video essayist, but he has one that I think about all the time, and it's this one. This one is so interesting to me. I mean, they're all really good, don't get me wrong. But this one I think about all the time, especially when I play Star Rail, because this is the exact argument he makes in this video. Like I said, we're not actually gonna watch this, but I do want you guys to have like taken a look at this. We might have to watch it. Okay, I don't want to do this anyway. I don't want to do this right now. But his whole argument in this video, and he lays it out really, really well, he compares the newer Pokemon games with the older Pokemon games. And he points out that some of the only differences between the old school, like Pokemon Coliseum and stuff, and the newer games like Sun and Moon, he says one of the biggest things, the biggest differences is how they handle the camera. Pokemon Coliseum, it's always these big overhead sweeping shots. It changes every 3 seconds. You know, when you get hit, the camera vibrates violently, that kind of stuff. Oh no, don't give me YouTube Premium. I have like 4 YouTube accounts. I don't watch anything on this account. This is my, you know, my watching account is a different account, but that's like my personal account. I'm not going to open that for this. Don't give me a YouTube Premium, please don't. I feel like though, if you hit a certain amount of subscribers, you should automatically get YouTube Premium. Am I crazy for thinking that? Because I feel like that should be a thing, but whatever. For YouTube, yeah, okay. So like, basically every time you have a Google account, it makes you a YouTube account. I have obviously this one that I upload videos for, you know, you guys for, and I don't watch anything on this account. And then I have my personal account, and then I have another account that I was using when I was doing web development stuff, and I would kind of like go in and manage other people's channels for marketing purposes, right? And then I have like another account where I was using it as like a blank viewer kind of thing. It's just one where I can go in and like flush all of the history and everything and see what pops up algorithmically and searches and that kind of stuff. So that's why I have 4. Yeah, I think about cameras a lot. You guys should totally watch this video. In fact, I'm just gonna paste it in here if you guys want to do that for yourself. Anyway, that's enough of that. That's enough of that for now. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm actually ignoring them. Although I did see one person ask earlier, and I said I would get back to you, and I am. Someone asking me if I was going to play Wuthering Waves content in the future. I wrote a little bit about this in a community post. Here's the TLDR. Yesn't. Maybe. We'll see. I thought the thing is, like, I'm capped out on the number of games I can make videos for because videos take a really long time to make. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like my shortest turnaround time is about 7 to 10 days. Shortest turnaround time. I've got videos that have been baking for longer, or they may bake for longer and then I may completely abandon them. That happens a lot too. I have a whole graveyard of abandoned scripts. It's kind of fun. It's fun to go through it sometimes because there's some fun ideas in there that I sometimes cherry pick through and throw in other videos. But yeah, so like I've heard really good things about version 2. Basically everyone I've talked to, people on my server, other content creators, basically everyone's been very pleased with version 2 of Wuthering Waves. And I would love to see, you know, how much they've improved for myself, because like version 1 was rocky. But based on like the story that they had written in CBT1 that they completely rewrote for CBT2, I thought the CBT1 story was actually pretty good. So I do have faith that their writers can make some pretty good stuff. So we'll see. But because I'm so capped off on like making lore videos, I am unlikely to pick up another game at all for like lore video purposes. But I did float the idea of having like a, I can't reach that one. Oh well. You live another day, little fly. I did float the idea of having a stream-only game. Like, I don't play it that much except on stream with you guys. So, like, that's something I would consider doing with Wuthering Waves. Is, you know, once or twice a month having a stream where it's just, like, going through the quests and running around and exploring things. I'm not interested in participating in endgame modes. I can't handle another game with more endgame modes. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't handle it. Too many. If I have to min-max another character, I think I'm gonna explode. Sorry. Yeah, so that's the TLDR for that. And that applies to like any upcoming games. Yeah, like in general. I thought about doing more offline games, but the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, you know what? I think I want games that are still like just for me. Like the ones I play by myself whenever I want to, like in the middle of the night, quietly, that I don't have to react to. So I don't think I'll do that, but yeah. Anyway, that's that. Yeah. My thoughts on Baressa? I'm glad they're experimenting with body types. She's not my type of character, but I'm really glad to see the progress, because it's been a long time coming. Hold on. I'm swapping a thing. There we go. I'm better. I'm back. Oh. Oh, okay. You guys remember how Razorclaw sent a super chat earlier asking about if the main patch events are now the aftermath of the Natlan event? They have clarified. So thank you for sending a follow-up. Super, you didn't have to do that. You meant how Lantern Rite with the Tao Do rituals was caused by Natlan's ley lines rejoining Tevat's ley lines. I don't think it's the same thing, but I can't prove it. That's based on absolutely nothing but vibes. It's only based... Oh, everybody's here. It's only based on vibes that I say that. And part of the reason is I don't think Natlan's ley lines were ever completely severed from the rest of the network. And that might sound counterintuitive to what the game itself has told us. But the thing is that as I was going through the Archon quests, all of them, so that I could write the recap for Natlan, which is written now. Harley is editing it for me, so I don't have to. Because if I have to go through that one more time, I'm gonna die. There was one thing I noticed is like during that one scene where the captain is in the Night Kingdom and we get sucked down there in a dream, there's a golden barrier that's around the Night Kingdom that the souls can't get into. And I was like, and they explicitly say in that scene that this is the extension of the Lord of the Night's power. And I'm like, okay, so the ley lines are still technically connect. Like if you think of them as pipe systems, right? There are still pipes connecting Natlan's network to the rest of the pipe network, and water still technically flows through them. But Natlan's ley line network pipes have filters on their entrances and exits, right? So certain things don't get through, they get blocked. That's more how I interpret it, because otherwise there's a lot of stuff within Tevat's general world building that just breaks as soon as you say, oh, the ley lines are completely disconnected. Now that said, as far as the Tao Do is concerned, I think that Natlan's ley lines were the most fragile, for any number of reasons, really. Not just due to war, but I actually think that they were probably never... I think they were some of the last to be woven, so I think they may have been quite young and stuff too, but again, it's kind of a whatever thing. Is Fischl in here? Or did I skip her again? That's okay. We'll run around the library. People don't come in here anymore. I think, like, the whole ley line network has been under strain for a very long time. Not just Natlan's. I think Natlan's was just the first to give because they were so fragmented and problematic anyway. Oh, there she is. I think that just because of that, Natlan kind of went first. But I think it's going to have a cascading effect, right? Because, like, the Mikawa Flower Festival, for example, is talking about nightmares descending upon Inazuma once again, but in A's second story quest, when they plant the sacred Sakura, the sacred Sakura frees them from the heavenly principles, which should theoretically have had them create a similarly isolated ley line network, right? So in theory, if they are isolated, then they shouldn't have any repercussions either. And I'm not saying like the stuff that happened in the Mikawa Flower Festival is at all connected to the Natlan stuff, but it's just like, I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where you put a bridge under stress for so long, eventually it starts to crack. Stress testing my ley line system. It's like stress testing my sewer lines. Don't do that. Don't stress test your sewer lines on your own. That is something engineers do. Bad idea. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm gonna try. But Shakok Striker, thank you for the 10 gifted. Technically, you did it twice. If you guys got a membership from X Striker, as I will call you, because I know I said that wrong, say thank you. And don't forget, you can join the Discord. Are the ley lines just Irminsul's roots? Yes. Yeah. I think it's bad for me to think of them as a sewage system, but I think of them as a vascular system, technically. But I mean, your vascular system is connected to your body's sewage system, so it's like it's fine. But yeah, no, vascular system. Do I think Nibelung was the second who came? No, I don't. I don't. Sorry, I'm reading chat. I'm not good at talking and reading chat at the same time. That's not a skill set I possess. Trombetta, thank you so much for your super chat. Tevat is proving to be a simulation with Celestia extracting something from trapped humans like the Matrix. Yes and no. I feel like the Matrix sort of implies that there's aliens on the outside that are harvesting things, but a simulation to a degree, yes. This gets real complicated, and I think I've tried to explain this like in, I don't know, maybe 3 different videos, and I have a slightly new take on it now that we can prove that dragons have a level of artificial intelligence-ish type of nature to them. I think it's plausible to look at them that way. I've recently been thinking about Tevat as a simulation a little less as like a computer software program and a little bit more as like a more like a hologram. I guess that's a good way to put it. And part of the reasons for that is because I started thinking about the ley lines themselves as fiber optic cables. So basically glass that you shoot light through. And when I start to look at them that way, things get really interesting because like the inside of Irminsul is, like you probably are well aware, very digital looking, right? Like but not digital as in software digital, digital as in hardware digital. No, she's down here. Like it looks like circuitry. And that's kind of where it gets more interesting for me, because if you think of the roots as like fiber optic cables and like the inside is like a circuit board, then you could also think about things like how we use certain types of lithography to make circuit boards, which is basically like, you know, burning channels that energy flows into layers of silicate, which would mean that we're kind of working on one of those theories that if we ever meet aliens, are going to be silicon-based life forms. But there's like a whole thing in the Men of Lithan, which I'm mid-scripting something about that book. But there is something interesting in the Men of Lithan about the fact that the body itself is not necessary. That I think is most certainly a repeating theme. And actually, like, the idea of giving up one's sense of self to join a greater collective is also an ongoing theme, not just in Genshin, but in many of HoYo's games. Which, it's a very Evangelion type thing. So it's like no surprise, but like Project Stigma and Honkai Impact was obviously the big one. Penacony is like a mini Project Stigma, sort of. But it all works about like collective consciousnesses and dreams and things like that. And for some reason, they always seem to involve some sort of big boost of technology, like a big robot or two. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. This isn't orange juice. It's apple cider, isn't it? I guess it doesn't matter that much. Taoto and Mikawa seem to hint the leyline disorders that'll lead to Venti's second story quest, i.e. Durin revival. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting if they did that. I think, like, for the longest time, the going theory for Venti's second story quest is the seal in Storm Terror's lair. But having them make it as a Durin revival would be very interesting. They had to specify it's non-alcoholic in the description, yeah. Well, okay, you guys say LCL, but notice Venti and Rosaria are drinking beverages that are very phlogiston colored. They're blue on one side and gold on the other. Is that a coincidence? I think not. I wonder what happened to Hangout quests. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're going to do any more of those. I would love for them to. I don't know if they will. I mean, okay. It's not that I don't know that I will. I'm confident they will. It's just when and who, right? So we're going to run around Tenyu Vale a little bit later because I need to farm for Lanyan because I haven't been. And I don't have any materials. I don't even know if I'm going to use her, but I'm going to build her. I got nothing better to do with my stuff. Aw, Chi-Chi moved. Oh, this is cute. Buddies! One of you will die and leave the other one alone. Forever. They also abandon single completion domains. I'm kind of happy about that, though. Single completion domains are kind of useless. Right? Like, I'd much rather them put the effort into giving us more robust World Quest areas. I'm a lot happier about that. You guys should know by now that this game is very cute on its surface, and it's very, like, straightforward hero saves the day on the surface, and then anytime you start to dig into anything, it's like, oh, dude, that is so messed up. It's true though. Chi-Chi's gonna unlive everybody. Outlive everybody. Except maybe the Adepti. Someone pointed out too, I might pause it if we get a good shot of it. Or maybe we'll zoom in afterwards. It looks like Chi-Chi's fingertips are actually, they're not blackened the way that Arlecchino or Hu Tao's were when they were, you know, going through their death thoughts. But Chi-Chi's fingers are darker overall, compared to the rest of her hand, and also compared to Yao Yao's. You can kind of see it here. They're not, like, turning black yet, but they are very deliberately shaded. 7 days a week. Thank you for your super chat. Is Heavenly Principles and Sustainer the same being? We don't know. It's theorized that they are. Nahida seems to think that they are, most likely. But we haven't had any kind of confirmation. I'm not sure if the Sustainer of the Heavenly Principles is the Heavenly Principles or a subordinate thereof the Heavenly Principles. Wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. Spike Bebop, thank you for your super. Do you think the newer character designs have too much fan service or not? Yeah. Non-committal grunt. Yesn't. I think some of them are a little overcooked in the fan. Okay, like every gacha character is supposed to be some level of fan service, right? We can all agree on that. But I do think that Mizuki in particular is way overbaked. Especially once you start digging into her her cultural inspirations. It's something. A friend of mine did a almost a 4,000 word write up on all of her cultural inspirations and where she came from because it annoyed her so much. So I'm not gonna talk about it too much, but that's a thing that's coming. I don't know. I do feel like I also wonder how I keep starting and stopping my sentences because I'm not really sure how to articulate my thoughts on it because they're kind of a little all over the place and they vary a little bit depending on which character we're talking about. But like if I think about early Mondstadt characters based on later Mondstadt characters, right? Like even if I do that comparison, if I compare Jean to Eula, there was definitely an increase in fan service. But like you can kind of see that pendulum swing back and forth depending on the character. So I'm like, kind of, but not really, but yes, but no. It's just, it's really prominent with some of them and not as much with others. Like, okay, does Shilonen need these big thigh gap stuff over here? Like, does she need those? Probably not, right? Like, she probably doesn't need these slits in her shorts. But the thing about Shilonen, if you compare her to Mizuki, for me, is that this feels more like an intentional style that a DJ would pick for herself. So, like, I'm less critical of it. But then if we look at Mahuika, I'm just like, why? Yes, I'm gonna criticize this design. Because, like, one, she has the world's tiniest leather jacket. It makes zero sense. And two, the zipper goes in places zippers shouldn't be. You didn't need to do that either. That doesn't add anything. I'm sorry. Right? Like, there's little things like that that I'm just like, this is a bit much. Right? See, Lolly, ironically, even though she's been kind of given a lot of crap for, I don't know, being a little too, I guess, romantically interested in the Traveler, even though, again, we just had Mizuki's Story Quest, which was just cringe levels of fan service. Like, even she doesn't feel that fan servicey to me. Like, she feels a bit more believable. I don't know. It's very hit or miss. It's very hit or miss. The zipper of eternal suffering. Okay. I want to zoom in on their fingertips here, if I can. Yeah. Camera. Like, the one thing that I don't like on the controller is the camera. There we go. I guess you can kind of see it. If you look at Chi-Chi's hands, like, you can see they have like a deliberate, very subtle gradient on them. Why should the Fire Lady not be hot? Listen, okay? Listen. That tiny ass jacket is not hot. A proper jacket would have been hotter. All right? Open back, not that hot. You wanted to add like an actual, I don't know, midsection, would have been hotter. Zipper up the hooch, not hot. Unless you're sitting on a hot motorcycle and then your coochie is gonna be on fire, because that's metal. It's gonna be so painful. Just saying. Like, there's a difference between like doing something because you think somebody else is gonna find it hot, and then doing something because it's actually gonna make this character design more appealing, right? Like, you can have really sexy fan servicey characters that are very covered up, and you can have very demure characters that are actually not wearing that much clothing. It's all about the presentation and like how you make your decisions. Like, do we need this unzipped section back here? Is that sexy or is that stupid? I think that's stupid, because it implies that she zips the whole thing up from the front all the way up to the back and then just can't reach the back. And so she just stops it above her butt. And so now she has like a weird tail. I don't think that's hot. I'm sorry. I just don't. Infinity Nikki is a great example. Yeah. Like, don't take my criticism as like me saying I don't like Mahuika. There are aspects of her design that I like. Like, I like a lot of the detailing. I really like her sleeves, and I really like her hair and gloves, among other things, right? But there's, like, some aspects of it I'm just like, that's overbaked. So overbaked. Why did you do that? She's wearing a onesie. Stop it. She's literally wearing a leather onesie. I hate it. I have to make sure I'm not thinking of her as wearing a leather onesie. I don't know. Okay. She's literally wearing a leather onesie that I can't stand. If she was wearing pants, low-riding pants, and a leather shirt, or a leather top, or even not a leather top, but like, I don't know, any other kind of top with a much more emphasized jacket, I, honest to God, think that would have been hotter. But maybe that's just me. I got different tastes compared to whoever designed this. Obviously. Look at Arlecchino. She's all covered up, yet she's very hot and badass. Yeah, like, suits make women look really cool, depending on how you implement them. But that does kind of prove my point. Yeah. Could have used more Himiko overall. Yeah. Are waifu collectors actually looking at the functionality of the outfits? I doubt it. Yeah, but like, I feel like this is a whole different discussion now. I actually don't want to get into that. I don't have the perspective of a waifu collector, right? Because I'm looking at this as like an actual character design. Do I like this design? And a lot of what appeals to me about the design is like, does it make sense for this character? And like, the first thing that I look at is like, she's supposed to be a biker. Why the hell is there a zipper on her crotch that she's gonna have to straddle a bike seat for, right? Like, that's where my brain goes first, and then it just spirals out of control from there. Trench coats are better than suits, yeah. Shenha's outfit too much for you, too good. Okay, so see, Shenha is actually, I don't have her, so I can't bring her up, but like Shenha is actually a pretty good example of what I mean by like, she's actually wearing the same amount of clothing as Mahuika, but it doesn't feel as in your face because it's a lot more subtle, right? And Shenha's personality on top of that makes it less so, in my opinion. But the entire outfit debate is why people use mods. Yeah, I know there's a lot of reasons why people use mods. I mean, I would love to be able to put this guy in his Fatui garb again. That'd be so much fun. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, you got money on the table. Easy money right there on the table. Just give me his Fatui outfit. You know how many people would buy that? So many people. I just realized that's Chinksa, not... I do need to go to Chenyu, though, but later. I'm trying to see if there's any more anecdotes I haven't done for today. Oh, Shanglang's down there. I think Shanglang's is the last one. I guess we'll... Oh, no, Kazua's over here. Woohoo! Brian, thank you for the super. With HoYoverse trending to tell stories of humanity triumphing over adversity, how exactly does the Traveler's story fit into this? Like, for me, Mizuki's story felt like it hit a little less because we aren't exactly human, are we? I think that's kind of the point. We are human. Okay. Like, okay. This is kind of like what Hoyo's getting at. It's the core of their argument. What actually makes a human a human? Right? Like, the Adepti don't consider themselves to be human. But they obviously have very human traits. Wanderer actually does consider himself to be human to some degree, but knows that he lacks a lot of human characteristics. Like, he lacked a heart. That was like his one thing, right? He really wanted to be human. And now he's considered human because apparently only humans can have visions. And then you have Adepti who have visions, and it's like, what's going on here? What makes a human a human? Is it just that you're a Homo sapien? If so, what's up with this? This is like Homo feline. Fellas? Homo fellas? Would that be right? Half cat? Cat person? Like, is that a human? If you can change your body, are you still a human? If you can completely cast off your body and just become a consciousness, are you still human? That's kind of where they're going with all of this. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, whenever we say, oh yeah, I'm human, even though I'm like a 10,000-year-old star from some distant planet, in theory, you know, it still counts. I don't know what HoYoverse's answer is for the what makes a human human argument. I don't know. I have ideas. I have my own theories about it. I think it's a very interesting philosophical debate to get into. But if I had to guess, I think what they get at is like, what makes a human is if you can have a human experience, basically. So when you appeal to humanity triumphing over adversity, that is, the story of humanity, right? The human will surpassing the challenges of the world. That's kind of... Oh, Yunjin showed up. Okay. But on the same topic of Mizuki's story quest, just looking at it from a lore perspective, I think one of the reasons why it didn't hit very hard for me, and by the sounds of it for several other people, I think one of the issues with it is that it's the wrong lore at the wrong time. It taught us nothing new. Her story quest feels like it was supposed to have come out all these years. I still don't like Lewis stairs. I never get them right. I feel like Her Story Quest and the contents within it were supposed to come out in 2.0. Hey! It's my buddies! Klee and her babysitter. Because, like, all the nightmare stuff, the therapy stuff, all that kind of stuff, that all felt like it was so much more targeted at A, right? And A's story feels very incomplete because they just didn't treat it the way that they should have, in my opinion, with as much care as they should have in Inazuma when they put it out. And I get why. There were a lot of circumstances that caused that. But it does feel like Mizuki is one of the ones that should have come out in 2.x, right? She should have come out a long time ago. And her story along with it, because a lot of her stuff feels like setup that would have been very helpful for the rest of Inazuma's quest and then going forward. Like, it felt more like it was a natural stepping stone, in my opinion. But that also might be why they're adding it now, because maybe they've realized that there is a gap and they're just like, oh, we should add this so new players, when they're going through the story in order, are going to go through this and then they'll have the information they need to move on or whatever. That's kind of that. Yeah, like, it's exactly what you mean. Like, Xiao also eats dreams, right? Like, that was his whole thing. He deals with it differently, sure. And it's not like a whole theme of therapy or whatever. He's not the therapist. He's the one who needs therapy. But, like, the whole dream eating thing, the idea of anxiety and that kind of stuff, like, these are all themes we've already dealt with, right? A dream within a dream is something we've already dealt with. Like, there wasn't anything in there that was new. There was no new premise. And that's why, for me, it didn't hit as hard. Also, the cringeworthy fan service drove me crazy, but whatever. That's a personal thing. I strongly hold the position that if someone really liked Mizuki going into it, they would very much enjoy the whole thing. But if you're neutral on her or you don't like her, I think it's a lot harder. Eating snow. He copes by eating snow. I just think it's not fair that Seat Lolly got so much hate for, I don't know, being too girlfriend-like to the traveler, and then Mizuki is allowed to sit on these tree branches and be like, oh yeah, the moon is beautiful tonight. I'm gonna blow you a kiss and it's gonna land right on your mouth. It's like, yeah, little on the nose. Subtlety would go a long way here. But whatever. People are very weird. At least we can have free mental health care. Yeah, I wish we had free hot spring therapy. That'd be nice. In the game industry, you wonder who's responsible for this, the writer or the director? I don't know. That's a good question. I would say that the writer would make it, but, like, the director has to approve it. What's my opinion on Genshin dropping important lore on limited time events? I mean, they've always done that. But I've said this before. I'll say it again. Genshin does drop important lore in events, but they have yet to drop missable lore, which I think is kind of a key thing, right? Like, even Unreconciled Stars, which is heralded as, like, the one quest that feels like it should not have been an event. Even that one, like, we got to the False Sky eventually. Like, basically every event that we get is foreshadowing for a future permanent quest in a different way, right? Like, I've been saying for literally years now that the summer event especially is foreshadowing for the entirety of the Archon quests in the upcoming regions. And I've been right in my predictions on that so far, right? 1.1 to 5.0 is a long foreshadow. It wasn't to 5.0, it was to 3. We learned about the false sky in Sumeru. Remember. So it doesn't bother me that much. I think about how big this game would be, like size-wise, if they let it all stay in there. They would have to create a system that you could add or remove these quests at will. And I feel like just a lot of people wouldn't play through them, you know? So I feel like they've kind of decided to just cut their losses and not do it. But it is interesting that, you know, Genshin came out first, but both Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero have the ability to replay quests and have permanent quests. Not all of them are permanent, but, you know, like the big ones are. So I think, you know, Hoyu has learned to an extent from that. I just don't know to what extent it's possible to implement that in Genshin at this stage. Like, I really just think it would be a real technical challenge that I feel like they would rather put more resources into, like, keeping the game going and adding new content and stuff like that, rather than trying to make all these years, you are still my nemesis. I think they'd rather put their efforts into, you know, new characters, new animations, new cutscene. Like, I feel like they'd rather do that than go through and make a backlog available. But I can't speak for them. I'm not them. But if I was, that would kind of, like, be where my head is at. That'd be my preference. I hate that friggin' boar. Stupid. Emil, thank you for the 10 gifted. You guys got a gifted sub. Make sure you say... I just realized I've missed a lot of gifteds. Holy cow. Okay. Hang on. Crazy. Hold on. I'm, like, really apparently behind because I have gotten distracted. But what else is new? Idiotako, thank you for the gifted as well. Appreciate that. Exhaustion. Given 5.4's dream emphasis, should Nahida show up? Or should have shown up, rather. No. I don't think so. The thing is like, certain characters, even though they're very relevant to certain topics, I feel like aren't going to make appearances, especially in events, because they know too much. And Hoyo's like, no, you can't have them yet. We might get her later. I do think that along those same lines, we should be thinking about this in terms of foreshadowing again. If she doesn't show up in the Mikawa Flower Festival, and we are talking about dreams and stuff like that, and we have multiple mentions of Sumeru in the Mikawa Flower Festival. Like, if you did Yoimiya's second story quest, for example, she'll explain to Sayu all about the Aranara and, like, why dreams in Sumeru are unique. So, like, I think things like that are interesting foreshadowing and may suggest that we should expect a trip back to Sumeru or asking Nahida for help with something or something like that. But not, like, now, but, like, in the near future. Razor Claw, welcome back. Thank you once again for your super great points. Oh, this is back to the ley line thing. But what if Capitano had so many souls in him that the ley lines were overly full and thus the issue with leeway? I don't think that's the problem. Because Leeway's ley lines are connected to Irminsul. Irminsul should be able to contain everything within Teyvat. Full stop. And that one's actually kind of a little bit complicated to explain why I say that. But, like, because we're working within certain religious frameworks with how they've set things up, I kind of have the feeling that they're going with the theological notion that there are a limited number of souls in the world. And so when you reincarnate, it's because there are no new souls that can be created, right? Like, so you have to die and be reborn. You can't, like, you don't die and go nowhere. You die and come back because there are no more souls. So, like, if you start with, say, 1,000,000 souls, then you have to end with 1,000,000 souls, which means that your repository of souls should be able to contain 1,000,000 souls, right? And the way I see it, Natlan's ley lines may have been full because it can't hold the amount that it was supposed to, because, like, there are people coming in and out of Natlan, and it can't communicate back to its primary vessel, so obviously it's overflowing. Liyue doesn't have that problem because Liyue is connected to Irminsul, right? So it's always going to be able to move its overflow to where it needs to go. I think that's all of the anecdotes I can get for today. But I'm just checking because sometimes after you clear one, another one pops up. No, I think that's it. Oh, nope, Diona, we got a second one. We got another one. Fresh off the anecdote farm. Senpai Reads, thank you for your super. Hello, hello to you too. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the character anecdotes? Any deeper meanings? I don't think so. I mean, like, some of them have some interesting lines, but I have yet to find anything that's, like, groundbreaking or new. I would say if there's any one thing I would take from this, it's that they feel like... That's the wrong way to put it. I know they've been getting feedback for a very long time about people complaining that the playable characters are not, like, present in the world itself most of the time. And I think they're finally starting to experiment with putting them in the world. So you can find these little events. You can find them all over the world and talk to them and see them. And then it makes them feel like they're more a part of the world and not just, like, a character in your party. I think that would be, like, the top thing to take away from it. But again, this all just feels out a little bit more like what I was talking about earlier, where they're taking a lot of the written lore about a character in history or a playable one, and they're putting it more in the forefront. They're putting it in a quest dialogue. They're putting it in a hangout. They're putting it in a story quest. They're putting it in an event. They're, like, trying to bring it out of the text only and put it more into an interactive thing. So a lot of the stuff that, like, we're talking about here, like, do staves count as bones? This is a reference to the fact that Sucrose actually collects bones. And you would know this if you read her character stories. But how many people are going to read Sucrose's character stories? Probably not that many. So when they start to make more allusions to Sucrose collecting things like bones in, you know, anecdotes like these, you know, you get a bit more of a sense of what they were going for with that character beyond just what was in their character profile. So I like that. And sometimes, like, rewording something even can sort of change your perspective on things, or even remind you about something you may have read forever ago and forgotten about. Like, I did forget that Sucrose had collected bones until I read that line. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, they're referencing that because she collects bones. I get it, yeah. That makes sense. Sorry, I need to say this quick. Venti's hello voice line and second story quest probably have to do with Istaroth having direct connections with Lumine and Ether because they look nearly identical. Maybe. What hybrid animal is Sucrose? I think she's a fox. I don't think she's a cat or a dog. I think she's a fox. If you read through her character story, you'll get a little bit more insight on that, because she's done a bit of stuff like that. Like, for example, I actually think Sucrose might be related a bit more to Tignari. Like, not to literally Tignari, but like the Tignarians that Tignari is related to. My god, they keep popping up. They're popping up everywhere! Okay, let's go talk to Amber. There are so many, oh my god. I know there's another official one too. We'll get that one too. There's a lot of these, hot damn. But here's the thing, like, Inazuma makes sense that they would have like their own variety of kitsune, right? Because there's a sky kitsune and then there's earth kitsune. And we've already seen that at 1,000 years old, kitsune in particular, is she up? She's up, okay. Kitsune in particular turn white at 1,000 years old. So eventually, Miko won't be pink anymore. She'll be white like Saigyu. But there's a lot of evidence of the fox species in Teyvat changing their colors. Not just with that one, but the Tignarians actually used to be a lot lighter when they lived in the desert. And if I remember correctly, I'll need to go look up where I read this. But I think Tignari's family, after migrating to the jungle, their fur began to darken over time. And he's green. And so is Sucrose. And Sucrose has the same ears as Miko does. Slightly shorter, but same ears, right? Sucrose not having a tail is what's making me unsure as to what she is. Miko doesn't have a tail. The thing is like, a lot of these features, of the people who have animalistic characteristics, it's not consistent whether or not they have a tail and ears or just tail and no ears. Like, take Kirara, for example, right? She's a yokai. She's a cat. She has tails, but no ears. Well, I mean, she has human ears. I mean, she doesn't have animal ears, right? So, like, there's no reason why Sucrose, for example, can't have ears but no tail. And that's why I'm kind of like... And I actually think, like, they can't give her a tail or else she'd be able to identify what she is. And it's also possible that, like, you know, over time, maybe her bloodline has thinned. And so, like, the genetics aren't presenting themselves the same anymore. Maybe, like, the tail was literally, you know, just it phased itself out over time. We also have the Lynette case. Yeah, exactly. The Linny and Lynette, who were twins, who vary greatly in whether they have tails or ears or both. Or neither. She had a tail, but the Heliobus escaped. Sucrose says related to Huohuo is interesting, too, because I think they actually have the same ears and coloring. Yeah, they both lack a tail. That's funny. Yeah, Huohuo is a fox as well. That's funny. That's funny. I like that. I didn't even think of that because I'm not like super keen on Huohuo, but that makes sense. I like it. So the Sky Kitsune aren't dragons, and thoroughly Yai's burst. Do you think Yai knows the location of the Electro Sovereign? Thank you again, Razorclaw, for your super chat. I read that without actually saying anything. Yes. I don't think the Sky Kitsune are dragon. If you go through the Sacred Sakura cleansing quest, there's like the Earth Kitsune and the Sky Kitsune, and I think they're just like two sides of the same coin. I don't necessarily think that they're... I mean, they're all from the Hakushin lands, right? I do think Miko knows where the Electro Sovereign is, but I 100% think that there's a 50-50 chance on what the Electro Sovereign is. I'm still not prepared to talk about it. I have seen people say that it's the Thunderbird, and there's a very good chance that it might be. But I still feel like I can prove that A is the Electro Dragon. I still think that's possible. Oz and Paimon have voices in this. Yeah, I know. I turned the voices off because I don't like voices playing when I'm trying to talk because they distract me. Like, even the idle voices drive me crazy. Like, I don't... Like, if I leave it idle and then Wanderer decides to, like, blow raspberry at me, I can't handle it. I only turned the voices off for the stream. I don't turn them off like when I'm playing for recording. Just for the stream. It's just because it drives me crazy if I'm trying to talk and then I'm like talking over other voices. It's just I can't do it. I'm not doing it. I skipped some people. I'm sorry. King Lugia, thank you for the super. Fane's design of humans is very human. Yes, indeed. Oh, right. That reminded me of the whole thing I was talking about with the men of Lethan. Yeah, they were talking about how the original human is like a lizard, which kind of like pushed that whole narrative like, oh, humans came from dragons, but then like changed form, and like, does the form even matter? Like, that's kind of the basis of what that book is. The book's really interesting to me because it's actually the cover of it is based off of like, I think a 1927 movie? The very first sci-fi movie. It's called Metropolis. And it's a silent film. It's free. You can watch it on YouTube. It's about 3 hours long though, and you have to read all the dialogue because and there's not a lot of dialogue. Because it's a silent film. So it's almost more like a pantomime with like the occasional caption. It's nuts. It's batshit. I can say that pretty safely. It's actually batshit. Woo! Official dictionary! Yeah. Actually, I should probably record that. Hold on. I wondered where this was supposed to come up, because I saw this pop up in the changelog, and I was like, wait a minute. What is this? Why is this? Why are we getting this now? Comes up in an anecdote. That makes sense. That makes sense. I am here for it. And 20 seconds. Good enough. Good enough. Cool. I like it. Brand new. Brand spanking new. Oh yeah, but okay, so it's like it's a wild movie, okay? It's full of religious symbolism. It's fascinating. And the funny thing about it is there's a 1990s, I forget the year, anime that came out, or was it early 2000s? Well, I can't remember. There's an old anime made by the creator of Astro Boy. I forget his first name, but he's Tezuka. It's his last name, I think. Is that his last name? I don't know. Anyway, he made an anime by the same name, and it was interesting because he did base it off of the original sci-fi movie, the 1927 one. Oh my god, Diona is like not leaving us alone today. Let's go see her again. He based it off the 1927 movie, but he never actually watched it, which was the wild thing. Apparently he saw like one scene of it where it had like a woman robot being born, and he's like, oh, I've got a fantastic idea for an anime. And then he made a whole anime about it. And it's about a robot that's like trying to reconcile with its humanity or lack thereof. 2001. Okay, yeah. I've watched both of them. I love both of them. Am I going to use my resin? Theo, I have let my resin cap consistently for a week. Cry about it. Osamu Tezuka. Yes. Okay, that one. I couldn't remember his first name. Sorry, no, his last name. I'm having a dyslexic moment. Leave me alone. Yeah, no, they're both really good. You can actually watch Metropolis, the 2001 version, on the Internet Archive. If you're interested. Very much recommended. It does kind of show its age a little bit, but it's still very good. Do I play Cookie Run King? Do you think I have time for another gacha game? I don't have time for that. Insane. Yeah, both of them are very good. They're very interesting. They both touch on very similar topics, which is like uh, the flaws of a capitalistic society, which is fascinating. Um, and it's a both are very different critiques and philosophies on reconciling the uh, bourgeoisie with the proletariat. Very different ideas on how that happens and how it's viewed and what the author's viewpoints are on it. So, the one with Pero? Yes. Metropolis from Megamind? No. A metropolis is a real thing. Like, there's a... it's just like what you call a super city. But yeah, it's something. It's something. But I have found some interesting things in both of those movies that pertain to the philosophy of the men of Lethan and or Lithin. I'm not quite sure which it is. Probably Lithin because lithium. I'm guessing that's what they're going for. But actually, you know, I was talking about like the lithographic carvings onto circuit boards earlier, and how ley lines are fiber optic cables and stuff. Well, I was thinking about the lithin again because obviously they share the same root, the lithin, litho. It means stone, I think. I was thinking about that in terms of the fact that like it is related to lithium, it is related to stone. I almost wonder if they're thinking of it in terms of like silicate or glass in this case too, because again, photolithography, I think is what it's called when you engrave something onto a circuit board. I don't know. There's little... Oh my god. Really? There's a lot of anecdotes today. Holy cow. Yeah, so there's a lot of those little things that I'm thinking about thematically right now. Anyway. What? It does remind me of petrichor too, because petro, again, similar roots. And then ichor, meaning like, well, I guess in some cases, blood. The blood of a god, the ichor of a god. That was related to the whole Romurian thing. And the stone golems, right? Like the people who had abandoned their bodies to become like a singular consciousness. And then they would be extracted and put into golems so that they could carry out, you know, their mandates. Thought about that anyway. Petra and Lithin, I feel like they're just similar in that way. Anywho, I'm catching up slowly but surely. Creatrix Tiara, thank you for the super. Lynette being cat-like, despite being Oceanid, makes me think that Hermione Granger and Polyjuice Potion, maybe some cat hair got into her Oceanid slurry. Yeah, in her character story, it actually says that her ears are like an atavistic expression, which would mean that like it's heralding back to something that's much farther back in her lineage, and it just happened to express itself in her genotype. And actually, Kachina's ears and tail are described in the same way, and I think Diona's are as well, if memory serves. So it's definitely something that Hoyo was trying to hammer home. If you think about people as being able to be melted down and then recreated again, whether it's as oceanids or whatever, it's easy to see how you could probably get additional genetic material or other information or other data even mixed in to a little bit and have it express itself in unique ways. But yeah, definitely. Seems like a similar kind of phenomenon. Razorclaw, welcome back again. Thank you for the super. So the Electro Sovereign isn't under the Sacred Sakura. That's never been confirmed. So like there are 3 ongoing theories from what I understand regarding the Electro Sovereign. There's the one that I subscribe to, which is that it's A. I just realized my recording is still going. Oops. It never actually took my my turn off. That's okay. That's fine. I'll clip it down later. So there's the one I subscribe to because it's my favorite theory regarding the Electro Sovereign, and that is that it's A. That doesn't mean that it is more likely than the other 2 options, by the way. It's just the one that I happen to personally enjoy the most. And then the second theory is that the Electro Sovereign is the Thunderbird, and if that's the case, then the Thunderbird can't be under the Sacred Sakura because they were destroyed elsewhere. And the third theory is that the Electro Sovereign is sealed somewhere, either underneath the Sacred Sakura or their remains are inside the forge in Tatarasuna. I'm less inclined to believe the Sacred Sakura one, if only because it was planted 500 years ago, which means I don't know. Like, yes, we planted it in the past, but like, there's something kind of odd about that would make it a very strange place to seal a dragon under. Unless you subscribe to the idea, I guess there's a fourth theory, that Hakushin is actually the Dragon Sovereign, which is also possible because the area underneath the Sacred Sakura is called the Hakushin Lands. So that's also a possibility. I think they're all equally likely at this point. Like, we have enough evidence to sort of like prove each one to a similar degree. Again, the one I personally like the idea or enjoy the idea of the most is the one that A is the sovereign, but the TLDR is we don't actually know. There's not really a way to tell. Maybe they'll tell us one day. Maybe they won't. Alcono, thank you. Wow. Jeez. Thank you for the super. That was very generous. Always enjoy these streams. So interesting to listen in on. I am glad to keep you entertained. That is what I'm here for. I'm here for a laugh and maybe some education sometimes. I will share the juice that I bring from my brain. I got to see the slivers of a brain the other day. There's someone I know is studying the brains of lab mice, and they had like little slivers of the brain that they had on a slide, and I got to see it. It was cool. It was really neat. I don't know what to do with that information, but it was fun. See what part of the brain. It's like a cross section. Like you take the whole thing and then you like slice it like little like you would bread. You get a little slice and you put it on a slide and you look at it through a microscope. Isn't the sovereign just the current strongest elemental being of said element? Yesn't. Yes, but no, that's a long thing. I I think the best way to put it is to like look at Scylla or Scylla. I still don't know how you say it. I'm gonna call him Scylla. But he was called both the Dragon King and the Dragon Prince, but never a Dragon Sovereign. Which may get confusing. But like, he was only called that while Neuvillette was gone. And then never really again. And based on what we learned in Natlan, I get the feeling that the reason why that happened, this is like a whole friggin' quest line. I get the feeling the reason why that happened is because the dragons in Natlan, especially, really lost their way when they lost their leader, right? Like, they need someone to look to turn to. And it does seem like they have a whole series of rank and files. Like Ichlel, for example, she was ranked fairly high. Like, she's called a dragon lord. So you've got kings, princes, sovereigns, and lords now. Among other things. And obviously, Hao seems to rank himself in that lord category. So I think you are, to a degree, measured by strength, but I think, like, by definition, the sovereign has to be the strongest one. And the sovereign also has to have access to the throne, which I think is, like, the bigger thing, right? Like, Apep may be the dragon sovereign of Dendro, but her throne was taken from her. Regardless of whether or not she is actually the strongest Dendro entity is kind of irrelevant. Like, the thing is that throne, the authority of it belongs to her, and that's kind of what makes her who she is. Or gives her the rights, but... at least a claim to the throne. Like, yeah, I mean, she didn't abdicate. Like, someone took it. There was a coup. Scylla? For Scylla? Scylla? I've heard multiple things. It's so annoying. I'll never understand Greek. Never! Oh, my thing just refreshed. Okay, geez. I am still so far. Why am I so far behind all the time? Maybe I should go turn these off for a bit so I can catch up. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn these off for a minute because you guys are like... I'm gonna go turn these off. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that works. I lost track of what I was doing. What was I doing? Oh, right, okay. Arcane Cinder! Thank you for your super. What do you make of the idea that the eroding and fluid avatars of lava are what's left of the Pyrovishps, given Archive's description and Pyrovishp lore? I don't think so, because they seem more in line with tulpas. You know? Like, even the way that they're drawn, they are drawn. The way that they're modeled makes them look more like tulpas to me, which also makes me think that they may be a little bit more just phlogiston will based, if that makes sense. Like, if tulpas and oceanids are like made out of primordial seawater and hydro energy, I really feel like the avatars of lava and stuff are just the phlogiston version of that. I don't know about them being Pyrovishps. The thing is that I don't really think there are technically Pyrovishps, right? Like, if you think about the quote-unquote Hydrovishps that we have, the Bathysmal Viships, they're not really Hydro. They're all sorts of different elements. They're Electro, they're Cryo, and they're Hydro. And then if you think about Geoviships, well, I mean, those are also Pyro, Electro, Cryo, or Hydro. And we don't even have Dendroviships. or Animo bishops. So it's like, I don't know if that's how they were initially categorized, if that makes sense. It seems like they can be born of an element, but then also possess other elemental abilities. I really think that that's kind of like the phlogiston-esque nature of dragons in general. Because, like, elements were made from phlogiston, or at least based on it. So, if anything, I still think the Saurians would be your best bet, because literally every single one of their abilities crosses over into Pyro, right? Like, you have the Koholosaurs who can swim in lava. You have the Tepetlosaurs, which basically create magma and phlogiston pillars as they burrow underground. You have the Yumkasaurs, which can spit fireballs. And then we have the, what are they called again? I'm blanking. The flamingos! I think that they're supposed to be Animo infused with Pyro. Because they can fly and they work with the gaseous-based phlogiston. Kukasaurus. Yeah. Kukasaurus. And I don't know about the next ones yet. I don't know about the next one. Oh, Iktomisaurus. Yeah. Iktomisaurus, I don't actually know the Iktomisaurus one. The Iktomisaurus one is like the one that I mean, like, I guess they technically, quote unquote, melt away illusions if you really want to stretch it. But, like, basically, all of the Saurians have some sort of pyro reaction that they're based around. So, like, if you want to go there, I guess you can, but I wouldn't classify the avatars of lava as Saurian or even bishop-based. If anything, I really think they're more humanoid. Flower feather clans associated with pyro, but not... No, they're infused. It's Animo infused. Because it works with gaseous phlogiston. That's Animo. But the thing is, Animo can, like, take on the property of whatever it swirls with, right? Like, you look at Vendi's Burst or Kazua's Burst or anything like that. Or Lanyan's Shield, right? Like, anytime it comes into contact with an element, it swirls that element. So in this case, if they are a phlogiston-based life form in a nation of pyro and they're working on pyro-based reactions, then it is an Animo thing that's been perpetually swirled with pyro, which will make it deal pyro damage. So, like, to me, it doesn't really matter that much, but the fact is that Kukasaurs and the Wyab both exhibit Animo-esque traits. You want to argue if that's, like, Animo or Pyro at its core? Go for it. I don't care. I don't think it matters that much. The point still stands. God, there are a lot of anecdotes. Are there any more? Are they just gonna keep going? Why are there so many? Oh my god, there are more! There's 2 more? This is gonna be the whole stream. We're just gonna sit here and do anecdotes the entire stream. This is insane. Why are there so many? I know, I saw Kazuo. We'll do him after this. Oh my god. There are so many. You earned all the rewards? Yeah, I did. So many. Have I checked out Watatsumi for what? Oh, you can keep getting anecdotes until they are all over? I thought you were capped, like, every day on, like, a certain amount that you could do. Oh, weird. Okay. I really thought they were capped. How are you still super chatting? I turned them off. God. Damn it, YouTube. YouTube has betrayed me. I turned them off. So rude. Fencer Dario, thank you for your super. I was thinking how they could reintroduce Skirk, and I think the next Danes of Quest would be just the thing to do so. And if one frog from Simulonka is meant to be Capitano, he can be referred. Yes. Yes. I think you meant resurrected. I'm not sure what referred means. Did you clarify that? No, I guess not. That's okay. That's okay. How did I do these so out of order? I don't understand. I think I've said this in other streams, but like my dream Skirk quest is a Dainsliff quest with Wanderer, Albedo, and Child on Dragonspine reviving Durin. Because I think that would be Dainsliff's worst nightmare, and I want him to suffer. For my own enjoyment, obviously. Not because I'm, that sounds bad. Don't tell Minsleaf. I read the YouTube chat, but you guys, there's 1,200 of you. Also, it's on a delay. And also, I can't read and explain things at the same time, so you kind of got to pick a lane. I just think it would be great because, Wanderer is supposed to have a relationship with Durin. We know he does. I mean, Durin was part of his birthday arc this year, so they're definitely rolling with that. They're gonna keep that going. Albedo is Durin's brother and has his lab on Dragonspine, so obviously that has to happen. But he's also the child of a sinner, or a creation of the sinner, depending on how you want to look at it. Ryandotter does consider him to be her son to a degree. At least she thinks of herself to be a mother. That counts. And then I like the idea of Child being there because Child is related to Skirk, right? In the sense of, like, master-student. But then Skirk and Child, by proxy, are both also students of another sinner. So you have the students or creations of two sinners, and then a robotic puppet created by a god trying to resurrect an abyssal dragon that Dainsliff can't stand because he hates all things abyss. It would be so glorious. In general. I love it. I don't like money. It's not that I don't like money. It's just like, I don't know if you guys, maybe you guys can't do this, but there's a chat filter on here where I can actually look and just see super chats. And let's see. All right, just to prove a point here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 super chats I haven't even read yet right now. And people keep putting them in. And like I have to read them. But if I read them, then I can't read chat, like regular chat. So it's like, you know, like I really appreciate the support, but like it's a little unbalanced and I don't know how to reconcile it. So I think I'll just suffer. I want Dainsliff to suffer for me. I don't want to suffer myself. Quattro thank you for your super. Hello from Brazil. Hello from America. Just wanted to thank you for the Natlan lore deep dives and the references to Central America civilizations. I got 100% in a history. I'm sorry. It's just really funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, that's good. I'm Oh no, you need tea. Oh. God, you made my dog look at me like you gave me a dirty look. Like, what are you laughing so loud about? I'm sleeping over here. Oh, it's so funny. I am glad to be of assistance, but that is just so funny to me. Congratulations on your aced test. Oh, it's amazing. uh, I'm actually crying because it made me laugh so hard. Okay. That's taking lore spore to a whole new level. I like it, it's just funny. Why did it break me? Like, well, because you don't get to decide what I think is funny. Let no one say that video games aren't educational. To be fair, a lot of what I learned in chemistry, I learned from cooking shows. Certain ones. Good Eats, specifically. I learned a lot of what I know about chemistry from Good Eats, and then self-study after that. It's the only reason I passed. Honestly. You know, if the game is what is educational. The game is educational if you're willing to, like, pay attention. It's my opinion on the new book, Men of Lethan. I'm making a video on it, so you'll be able to hear my in-depth thoughts soon enough. I just want to see how many anecdotes I can get to spawn at this rate. I'm kind of having fun just, like, seeing if I can find them all. No, I'm not a chemist by any means. As someone who actually has friends who are real legitimate chemists, I am not a chemist. I am a culinary chemist. I'll go that far. I like the science of things I can eat. But I also like the science of, like, things like glue. Finishes. I like plastics, working with plastics, especially epoxy. That one, I like the chemistry. I like studying the chemistry of. Little things like that. Practical chemistry. I don't know how to do a lot of molecular calculations. Like, if you were to try and write out the, you know, like when they make the diagrams of the molecules and you, like, have to add one molecule to another one and it, like, you can, like, write out the new name. I am butchering this explanation so bad, but some of you will know what I mean. I can't do that, but I can encode English into binary by hand. So, weird things. I had a very weird, okay, this is like a little anecdote from me, since we're doing anecdotes today. Here's an anecdote. When I was in high school, I had probably the worst science educational experience. Now, for context, I went to school on an island. I lived on the mainland, but I took a boat to school every day. Long story. Don't ask. I chose it based on its library because I couldn't remember anything else about it. How do I okay. So the way the school was set up, there was only 80 kids in it, K through 12, depending on the year. It varied a little bit. But that meant that in the high school, there was about 35, 36 kids on any given year. And so in order to sort of balance out the scales, so to speak, they could only really have a set number of teachers. So we literally had one science teacher, one math teacher, one language teacher, one English teacher. And so they couldn't do every English class for every grade. They couldn't do every math class for every grade. So what would happen is they would pair up two grades together and then alternate every year or so. So, like, one year you might start with 9th and 10th grade taking Algebra 1 together. And then the next year, they won't teach Algebra 1. They'll teach Algebra 2 and Geometry 1. And then 9th and 10th grade will take Geometry 1 together, but then 10th and 11th grade will take Algebra 2 together. And then it would alternate back and forth. So when I got to this school, the first year, we had a science teacher. And we were supposed to learn... I think we were doing earth science at the time, so we were sort of studying like geography and geology and all that kind of stuff. It was just wrapped into earth science, but it was basically like all the plate tectonic stuff and that kind of stuff. That was my first year, my freshman year. And then that science teacher quit 3/4 of the way through the school year. And we had a substitute teacher for the rest of that year. And we had rotating substitute teachers for the next 2 years. So I never got to take chemistry or physics, which is fascinating. I had we basically had a substitute teacher who would come in and like sometimes teach us a little bit of something, but like we never actually had like the proper curriculums because we didn't have like a real teacher for that time. And then my senior year, they finally got a full-time teacher in over there, and she took over with biology. And then I took 2 more biology courses in college and no chemistry and no physics still. So, and then after I get out of there, it's like all I do is chemistry and physics and no biology or geology. So it's like whatever. Anyway, it was actually very interesting because here's another anecdote. For 11th grade, I think it was 11th grade, our math teacher decided he wanted to do an exchange program. So he actually traded classrooms and houses with a teacher. I think he was either from South Africa or Nigeria, I forget. But they were supposed to switch classrooms, and then our teacher, he was supposed to go to I really think it was South Africa. It was somewhere in Africa. It's been so long, I straight up don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was South Africa. So he was supposed to go down there and teach for a year, all the kids down there for a year. And then their teacher was supposed to trade places with him and then come up to our school and live on the island for a year and teach us for a year. And it was fine for the first 2 months. Fine for the first 2 months. And then our teacher our exchange teacher literally ran out of material. And the reason was where he came from, the school system there, apparently it wasn't consistent when or if kids would even come into school. Just because like some of them had to work, some of them didn't have reliable transportation. There's a whole multitude of reasons. But like he literally ran out of things to teach us after the first 2 months because he wasn't used to having kids showing up to class every single day. And he didn't know what to do, and so he started like making us do paper crafts and stuff. And after that, I switched to accounting and never took a math class again. It's fascinating. It's very interesting because like we did get to learn a little bit more about like the educational circumstances in Africa, which we knew nothing about. But yeah, I took an accounting class after that. And then I took 2 accounting classes in college. You can start to see a pattern, right? I took 1 biology course in high school, then took 2 in college, and then took an accounting course in high school, and then took 2 in college. Anyway. Fun stuff. I think I'm out of anecdotes. I think I'm finally out of anecdotes, guys. I think that's it. I think they're done. I think that's it. Dare I say it? That is it, right? Okay. I think we're good. Maybe I can do my commissions now. People being like, your resin's capped, your commissions are done. What's going on? I'm at the point in the game where I don't need to do anything. I just can. So... Oh, there's a Kokomi anecdote at Watatsumi? Oh. You think you know that school on Monhegan? No, it's not on Monhegan. Good ask, though. Oh my god, there is one. hate everything. I hate everything! Why are there so many? I should write a biography because every time you tell tales from your life, it's such out of left field and interesting. I'd read it. Okay, no. You don't understand. If you think my story is like crazy, you should hear my sisters. Both of my sisters. They're it's a whole different level. My little sister currently goes to a charter school because her mom didn't want to send her to a public school during COVID because the public school made her wear masks. It's just like a whole nother thing to unpack. But so she sent her to this charter school, and it's something. It's certainly something. I have actually realized that all of the stories I have of my sister's observations and things she's experienced and witnessed at her school are not monetizable on YouTube. So maybe I'll just leave it there. But I think like the one thing I can say is like it involves things like 13-year-olds being sent to rehab. Like it's not good. There's some pretty wild stuff. I know that one of my other sisters was actually present in a house during a murder after a party. So that's fun. So like it gets, you guys think my anecdotes are interesting. My anecdotes are interesting, but like book-wise, sitcom-wise, my sisters have me so beat, it's not even funny. My stuff's pretty tame, comparatively. What the hell is going on in America? You know what? If you find out, let me know. I would love to know the answer to that question. I would very much love to know the answer to that question. But yeah, no, it gets interesting. It gets interesting. Nah, I'm just hitting rocks. Meanwhile, I like to make things with wood. No, but my my little sister, she's graduating soon, and she's decided that for her senior year, like, abroad trip, because that's kind of a family tradition at this point. She's gonna go to, I think, Scotland and go woofing. So that'll be fun. If you don't know what woofing is, game is loud. Oh, I might have my sound effects up too high. I keep hitting my wrong button. Let's turn the sound effects down. Oh yeah, they're up a little high. Turn that down too. If you don't know what woofing is, it's a World Organic Farmers Association sort of thing. Like basically you can sign up to go and kind of volunteer on a farm for a few months. But I don't know what button I just hit, but that wasn't what I meant to do. You can basically sign up to go and kind of volunteer on farms. I say kind of because, like, you're not really volunteering. You get to have all of your room and board covered in exchange for labor. But you also have total freedom to, you know, go out and see, sightsee or whatever it is you want to do, so long as you fulfill your, some of your obligations. So yeah. So it's really fun. It's very interesting. It's a great way to go see the world for, you know, a pretty reasonable... Oh, I think I have to shoot that with a bow. I didn't want to, but I guess I have to. That's silly. It's a great way to travel. If you're okay with doing a little bit of manual labor. I am. And so is my little sister. Oh, now I gotta be a Yumkasaur.
Alright, let's finish this fast.
Whee! You know what? Just because no one uses him anymore and I feel bad. See? Infusion! Oh. My poor Venti. I don't think he's actually on a proper build right now. I don't know anyone's Venti who is. Wait. I want to be the thing. I want to be a lizard. Let me be lizard. Woohoo! Doop. Doop. Yay! No primo. Oh wait, 2 primo. I got 2 whole primo. Huzzah! Okay. Check it. Check what? Check what? You realize I don't need to kill it? Oh, that's true. I don't. Wait. All right. Sitting here like, why won't it let me? Oh, I'm in a lizard. Of course. Can't change bodies when I'm in a lizard. I've already changed my body. I do like being a lizard. It's fun. You get to bask in the sun all day. When I was younger, I had to take a boat to school. Listen, I'm not that young. I can confidently say that it was, 24 years ago. Yeah. Yep. 24 years ago. How's that make you feel? Huh? 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 I've been out for a while. I make it sound like I was in prison or something. I've been out for a while. Out of prison? No, out of school. Okay. Okay, I've neglected supers for way too long, so hold on. Let me go back and catch up so that I can actually focus a little. Not that that'll ever happen. I never focus, you know. Not how this works. Austin Yoon, thank you for the super. I started playing Honkai Impact 3rd because I heard Moon Halo in a Maxer video a few months ago and beat it and HSR in 2 months. I'm currently working through Genshin. Love your videos. Well, thank you. Did you start part 2 of Honkai Impact? I realize I'm probably gonna miss your answer to this, but if you do, well, I need to pay attention, don't I? I gotta pay attention, I gotta read, I gotta have my eyes on screen, I gotta move around, I gotta answer questions. I want a clone. I want to be able to do like a shadow clone. Only have clones when I need them. That'd be so convenient. Yeah, if you've got the foresight, you can do it. It's not impossible. I couldn't do it because I'm the person who overreads and overthinks everything, and I think I'd die. I think I'd die, literally. I think partially because I like to binge things. I'm not very good at pacing. So like if there's a 10-hour quest, I want to play it for 10 hours straight and not do anything else, but like life happens. There's a lot I still need to do. Regardless of whether or not there are games to play. Okay, can you Mahuika, there's a reason why I relegate you to being off-field all of the time. And it's because I hate this stupid bike. Okay, that's nice. I just want my bikes! Give me a ball! These people are so mean. I'm just gonna sit here and watch you get struck by fire bolts. There. Meanies, I just wanted rocks. You guys have everything's rock collecting. Why do I think A is a dragon sovereign? I mean, eventually I'll actually make that video. There's a lot of vibes to it. Oh. I'm not in regular chat. Papa Panda, thank you for your super chat. Why do I think A is the Electro Sovereign? Because A never had a body. Like, that's kind of what it boils down to. Like, that's kind of where the whole thing starts, right? Because, like, if you think about it, you go and read her backstories and stuff, like, she never originally had a body, as far as we know. Like, there was apparently a time before the Archon War where she had a body, but we've never seen it. We've never heard of it, right? And the body that she had post that incident was created by her sister. Her consciousness was put into a puppet-like body. And then afterwards, she's just like, I don't know, very willingly able to abandon her body again and put herself into a sword. Which bothers me on many levels. It's over there. I don't know, there's something about the way A has her little plane of euthymia, the way she's like very mentally based, the way she's like her origins are very, very murky, the way she's a twin, but also doesn't have the same kind of, how do I put this, connection I feel like the twins Genshin rights typically have. I'm not saying like real world twins, to be clear. Like, I'm not trying to generalize like that. I'm trying to look at it more from like how HoYo writes twins, especially in Genshin. I just realized I'm not even looking at the kid who's talking. There's just a lot of weirdness around her, and the more you look at it, the more you're just like, she feels more like Nouvellette than Nahida. Just for comparison's sake. I don't know. When it comes to Archons, right? Like if you look at even Focalors and Nahida and Rukkhadevata and Venti even and Mahuika, well, she's obviously human, but all of them understand humanity really well. Zhongli's kind of in that weird middle ground where like he seems to get it, but also he's kind of like deliberately detached from it. But then Nouvellette is like, I don't understand humans at all. And A is kind of a very similar flavor to me. I don't know. I'll make the theory eventually. But it's really difficult to do without like sitting down and showing all the comparisons of the symbolism and things like that. The one thing I will point out though is that, how do I put this? Oh, I hate this commission. Why am I doing this? I should just spend resin. I don't want to spend resin. I wasn't paying attention either. I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Do I blow you up? I blow you up. Yay! Yay! Blow up all the thingies. Woo! Yeah, blow them up. Woohoo! Da 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 da. Oh, what? Wait. Come back here. I shouldn't have done that. I I guess we're going back down. Whoop. That's always so fun to me. I want to blow the things up. Whoosh. Yeah. Whoosh. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm supposed to blow the things up, but I want to blow things up. Because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't read it. A lore person not reading? Yeah, I don't read commissions. They stopped making those relevant pretty early on. The one thing I will point out, though, is that it would make sense that if Makoto had any interest in, like, hiding a dragon in plain sight, it would make so much sense if she would put her in a twin-like body. And hide her that way. And if you think about, like, dragons being reborn and whatever, like, if you look at Nouvelette again, like, he didn't remember much of his time before. Like, he knows some things, but, like, his memory wasn't super clear, especially until he got, like, his full draconic authority or whatever. So, the way I see it, like, they just have too much vibe-wise in common, and I think it's possible to write a believable proof on it. I'll do it eventually. Noxes, thank you for the super. You're super late. Hi, chat. Don't worry. It's, you know, a VOD. You can always look back. You hit the rewind button, the fast forward button. You can skip all the parts where I'm, like, really boring. That's a benefit of a VOD. You don't have to listen to all the gunk in between. You just get the fun stuff. Just skip around. Yeah, all right. My commissions are finally done. That just took 2 hours. 3. Alcono, thank you for the super. Yep, they still work. Oh, yeah, the supers. Yeah. I wonder if it just doesn't work, like, when I'm live. Like, I'd have to restart the stream for it. I wonder if that might be part of it. DJSB, thank you for the super. Hey, Alexa, turn off super chat. Alexa is not allowed in this house. I will not permit her presence in my house. I have enough microphones listening to me all the time. I don't need more. It's not necessary. Okay, I need stuff. Razor Claw, thank you once again for your super. We love you, accept our love. No! I reject it! No chance, no way, I won't say it, no, no. You swoon, you sigh, why deny it, uh-oh. It's too cliche, I won't say I'm in love. That was unnecessary. Nux is testing. Is this thing on? Thank you again for your super chat. Yes, it is. I just get really distracted and I'm very slow. I'm just very slow. It's just, yeah. Best not to ask me time-sensitive things in there. Gotta wait for an opening. Being in my chat is a bit like being at a boxing match. You gotta wait for an opening. And then, BAM! Punch it right in the face. Oh, hey, look, I missed a thing. I hate these things. I guess I'll do it. I guess. Jibby, thank you for the super chat. Also unnecessary. You're a mod. Stop it. Fenrir the Firewolf. How's your moose evasion certificate? Mine's out of date. I failed mine. I was, I guess this is a fun story. I was driving a produce truck into town from the farm when it hit a fucking moose. Totaled half the vehicle. That was great. You had to rent a U-Haul for like 2 weeks. It was awful. Thing has no traction in mud. None. That farm was all clay. Oh, I see a chest. Oh my god. I'm gonna be getting so much crap for not exploring Chenyu Vale correctly. I see a chest. Look at that. Yep. Maybe I should put the Leeway treasure compass on just because we're here. Yeah. I should do that. Brian, thank you for the super. 10 out of 10 singing Take My Fight. Oh my god. No! Can I get a refund? Refund it. Moose are big, dude. They're huge. They're friggin' massive. Actually, I think I should have Yenfei in my party right now. Instead of Sea Lolly. I'm friendship farming, which is why I have these guys in here. Also, I just like Shilonin. Liwei, you always humbled me with chests. I found like 3 with the anecdotes. Yeah. It's funny because like I feel like people's their methodology for I think it's Yenfei. Yeah. Right? Yenfei has yeah, she does. There it is. I feel like the way we search for treasure, like our methodology on how we hunt for treasure and explore regions has changed and evolved over time. Oh, it's a Glazenly. I don't want that. I mean, I do, but also I don't really need it. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought, as I'm prone to do. Oh my god, guys. I have a fun activity idea. Okay, listen. I can't believe trains reminded me of this. Okay, so the other day, I just found another time trial. Frig you, Chen Yu Vale. I promise I explored this place properly. I think I just avoided all of these because they annoyed me. That sounds more like me. Okay, so I was in chat the other day and I was trying to remember these CD-ROM games I used to play as a kid. Like math games and English games, like these really weird educational games and stuff. And there was one that was about a mad scientist and his lab rat, kind of Pinky in the Brain style. But the mad scientist had lost his brain, and so you actually have to play as a lab rat and help the lab rat like complete all of these challenges around the lab and complete all these math challenges in order to put the scientist's brain back together. Which is fun. And I was reminded of it. Oh, I have forgotten all of these mechanics. I have forgotten all of these mechanics. Okay. Maybe we just do this manually. Because that one's not... Why won't that one accept my... Why won't you accept my love? You! Why will you not accept my love? What is wrong with you? Okay. I guess we do this again. I was aiming towards the green ball. It just doesn't shoot me where I want to go. Computers do what you tell them to, but they don't always do what you want them to. Those are two different things. Anyway, so I was thinking, I went and I found like a bunch of the old math games I used to play, and they're all basically available for free on the Internet Archive. And I was like, oh, you know, what'd be really fun is to have a kind of variety stream where we don't do lore, but we do really old CD-ROM math games. I think that would be really fun. I mean, like, it's not like the math is going to be hard or anything. But there's a couple of like really, really good ones that I have. What if I cheat? See, like this one will not accept my love. I missed one. I can do it. I'm gonna cheat through it because that one will not accept my love. Can I cheat? Yeah, I just did. I just have to cheat smarter. So if that's something you guys would like to do, let me know. Because I can get them all queued up. And trust me, they're kind of weird and also really funny. And they're voice acted. But like in that really, really bad way things in the early 2000s and 90s were voice acted. Like so bad it's actually really good. I don't know why I did that. I must be smarter with my cheating. It won't, see, it won't do the thing. I don't know, maybe this is why this is like this. How dare you insult Freddy Fish era? I'm not insulting it, I like it. Okay, listen. I don't know what's up with this puzzle. I don't know what's up with this puzzle. It's like a labyrinth one, like Circles of Hell. I don't remember a labyrinth one. But Freddy Fish and Putt-Putt, the Putt-Putt was fun. Yeah, that was a great era of gaming. I don't know what happened to educational games, but I miss them every day. Every day. Like, they're not even, like, really good games by today's standards, but they're very much point-and-click adventure games that were just so charming. There's so many good ones. I just think that would be, like, a fun one to just chill in, and then it can actually be, like, real audience participation. Instead of just watching me play something, like, we can actually solve things together. There's one called Dr. Sulphur's Night Lab that I want to play. It's all about chemistry and stuff like that. And there's actually a room where you can just take random chemicals and mix them together, and it will produce different reactions, and we can just have fun with that. I think that would be really fun. All sorts of really good stuff. All right, I still don't know what I'm doing wrong with this one, because like it straight up will not recognize. It straight up will not recognize. Like, look. What? Oh, is it not activated? Okay, I see. I get it. Mm-hmm. It's just been ages since I've been in Chenyu Vale. I understand. I get it. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Haven't been here in a hot minute. Oh my god, there's another chest. Oh, I hate everything. Okay, that's it. We're putting on the treasure compass. Compass? Is this my leeway one? Yes. Any thoughts on Zhongli's cubic glory? Why he's so weird in the odd Archon out? I mean, I've made a few theories about that. I have forgotten how to do this. Oh, right. I don't remember how to do this place at all. Okay. That's not where I wanted it. I guess that's fine. Was that good? Yes, maybe. I guess so. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Now there's not the one over here. There. Okay, get me out of here. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Did you ever play the Math Blaster games with the green alien mimics? Yes. You think this pond one was the one you never solved? Oh dear. This one's not that bad. Oh, I accidentally went in the statue. That's okay. The puzzle's solved. The chest is mine. Gimme! Yeah. Goody, 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 goody. Oh. Stop! Get me out of here! God, I feel like Roy. His name is so hard to say. Try and say it 3 times fast. I dare you. Good luck. Oh my god, there's more. You feel like Genshin doesn't have enough Greek Roman mythology to be amphorious? That's because it's ancient Genshin that has Greek and Roman mythology. Basically all of Genshin's like farthest back history is based on Greek and Roman mythology, and that's kind of why. The thing is, actually there's 2 things. Now that you've brought that up, I need to go look at my supers again because I swear something just came in, but I want to answer this thing first. Now that you brought that up, there's 2 interesting things about the Star Rail stream that I meant to do live and then didn't. I really meant to do the live stream analysis live, and I got distracted and lost track of time. I'm apparently time blind. I've learned this recently about myself. I didn't know that this is what time blindness was. Anyway, don't hit me. It's not nice. It's rude. I have forgotten. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. The thing I mentioned, the thing I was noticing about, Amphorius, specifically. Heal me, please. The thing I mentioned about Amphorius specifically. I've noticed a couple of things. One, it definitely has Genshin flavor, but I think it's like, if you combine it with Men of Lithin stuff, which I think we should, then it's kind of suggesting that... Hold on. Let me put this a bit... I need to reformulate my thoughts or else this is going to come out and be completely incomprehensible. Hang on. Okay, if you watched Triby's teaser trailer thingy, right? If you watched that, then you may have noticed how it talks about, like, humans becoming titans, right? And she's, like, one of the first ones. She kind of opens the doorway, opens the path. And I think that term is very interesting because in Star Rail, we do everything based on paths. Eons are subservient to their paths, right? Paths are not subservient to eons. It's a different type of relationship. So I think it's very interesting that Triby, being the first of the Titans, or not the Titans, of the Flame Chasers to obtain her core flame, is the one who opens the path. Because in Star Rail, the original so-called Eon-like entities were actually Leviathans, and Eons were born, as far as we know, as a result of the Dusk Wars, which were against the Leviathans. And Leviathans are basically just dragons, which means in the beginning in Star Rail there were dragons. So if we look at Amphorius as sort of like a metaphor within a metaphor, we can look at the Titans as being a metaphor for dragons. And if you look at it that way, then you could argue that the Chrysos War is the Archon War. It is the war of basically humans against the gods to become gods, which is essentially what the Archon War was, right? Like, humanoid type things were supposed to be draconic. They're supposed to take on a draconic nature. And if you look at the Men of Lithin, if we look at the whole thing that says, like, oh, the original human looks like a lizard person type thing, and it's because humans and dragons were once one, or however you want to interpret that, it doesn't really matter. But, like, that's kind of the vibe. Like, a human eventually becomes a dragon. That's also like the legend of the dragon's pearl, and I've already done, oh my god, I've already done so many videos about dragons and dragon pearls and things like that, and how I think visions are actually dragon pearls, but like reimagined, you know? And when you swallow a dragon pearl, you become the dragon, you take on the powers of the dragon, right? And then if you look at like Narts and Kreutz, you've got the same theming going on again. You've got humans becoming a dragon. The hero becomes a dragon in Narts and Kreutz. It's like the theme, basically. And I think that's like literally what the Archons are supposed to be too, because again, the Archons were taking on the dragon thrones. So in a way, they were taking on the powers of dragons. They're becoming the dragons. And you have the same thing in Starro. There's actually a little side quest that you can do. I think it's like one of Amphorius's anecdotes. You help this one guy go through like some type of dream therapy-ish sort of thing. And he has this theory that all people in Amphorius were once Titans. And that we've just lost some of our Titan senses and no longer remember that we were Titans. And it kind of spirals from there. Because a lot of I can't remember exactly what he says at the top of my head, but like if you think about like the Chrysos heirs as being sort of like the ones who carry on that legacy to like be able to become Titans once again, or maybe help people remember their Titan lineage or whatever. Or maybe it's just that, like, we're so conscious now we can't remember that we were ever Titans, but the only place that we're not super conscious and in control of all our senses is in our dreams, so the only time we're gonna ever remember this is in our dreams. Then we have to dream to remember that we are Titans, and then that gets really complicated again. Anyway, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, there's definitely correlation. It's just not as direct as you would first think it is. I think I'm supposed to climb. Oh, I've just realized Venti is probably a bad pick for this. Are there more? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, this is awful. I hate it. I hate shooting challenges. I'm bad at them. The only time I've ever been good at, like, shooting things on a controller is in Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where, like, the accelerometer kind of saves me. Because I can move the whole Switch or the whole controller to aim for me. Literally the only time I've ever been good with aiming like this on a controller. Look at all my missed shots. This is... Oh, come on. Anyway. Ugh. That's why I don't like charge shot archers. Okay, Venti, go back in the box. Back in the box, buddy. We still want Yenfei, because I need her tracking. I'm supposed to be on the hunt for the turtles, and I always forget where the turtles are, so we're literally going to run around until I find all the turtles. Or I get bored. One of the two. What are the chances of Amphorius being what Teyvat is or was or will be? I'm not talking about the myth or history of Fallout State of the World. Probably pretty low, I think. I think it's probably pretty low. Oh, geez, I missed a bunch of stuff while I wasn't paying attention. I think it's pretty low. I think if anything, it's more like an allegory for Genshin. Like, it's very Genshin flavored, but I don't think, like, that is Teyvat. I don't think that that's the case is. But I do think it's, like, an allegory or, you know, definitely relating to the things we know about Teyvat. Which is going to be very interesting because we're going to learn that whole story within the course of a year. Whereas we've been in Genshin for 4 or 5 years now, and we still don't know the whole story. So the way Amphorius ends, or like the direction it takes as we get closer to the end, is going to be very, very interesting to me, because it's going to be one of those things where we might be able to make some rather educated inferences of what the ending of this game might be. Oh, come on. I wanted the crystals. But the fish took them from me. Curse you, fish! Curse you! Crucifix. Razorclaw999, thank you once again for your super. A being the Electro Sovereign would make sense with how she reacted 500 years ago. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Oh, the hiding in her head. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess I hadn't quite thought of it that way. But like the reclusion, the idea that the sovereigns become reclusive. They put themselves in hiding. Actually, we also know that like Shui Quaddle, for example, also faked their own death after they lost. Right? So like there is a precedence for the dragons to go into hiding. I mean, I think even if Pep was technically in hiding before Deshret found her again and said, hey, want to make a deal with me? And she's like, sure, I'm going to eat you, though. And he's like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, so like that has some thing. The thing is, too, is like dragons are very hive mind-like creatures. I don't mean that. That's collective consciousness is probably the better term to use here, rather than hive mind. But you get the same idea. Oh, they're over here. What I mean is like Apep obviously was able to split into a lot of smaller parts and then reassemble herself. And then Nuvolette is obviously in charge of the Primordial Sea, which is literally exactly that. It's a sea of consciousness that can spawn an infinite number of consciousnesses, basically, right? So, I mean, that is his external collective consciousness, if you want to put it that way. And then Shui Quaddle, we could look at all phlogiston-based life forms as being something similar for them as well. To be able to pass on those sorts of memories and whatnot. I think that's also a feasible assumption to make. I think it's a possibility. Feasible is not a good word to use here. It doesn't actually work that well. But yeah, so if we think of it that way, like they're all about being in the mind, being of the mind, that kind of thing. The idea that A would retreat into her mind alone kind of works with that exact same thing. Like they're very in their head. And also, again, with the collective consciousness dragon thing, like if you go back to Men of Lethan again, Akla, I think that's the name of the one of the characters from the book. They were saying like, you know, at some point humans will revoke their individuality and return to being one single life form. And then if you also combine that with the idea that everyone was once a dragon or draconic-ish in some way, shape, or form, then you end up with a very interesting picture. I'm trying to remember where all the turtles are. You end up with a very interesting picture about, like, how in their own heads dragons really are, right? Also puts things like the Golden Slumber into a very different perspective for me. But I don't know. Also, the fact that we've started to see Shui Quaddle and stuff be associated with swords. A also being a sword or becoming a sword. The other thing too, actually, this is kind of a big one. So you know how? Oh, I'm gonna feed the cat because not feeding the cat is mean. I don't have many fish. What a failure of a goat. He can't even climb a mountain. Okay, so just I keep going back to this. I'm sorry. I'm like all over the place, which is again normal. So you have Shui Quaddle being associated with swords again. You have the idea of like the Descenders having like that sort of a sort of will, if you will, right? Like they have the Sword of Reason, that one. That's what it was called. The Nartsitzenkreuz Blade. Nartsitzenkreuz Blade. Oh, I didn't say that right. That's okay. No one cares but me! forgot where I was going with that. I don't know. Anyway, the idea that A became a sword is interesting to me within that context. If we think about, like, the world originally belonging to dragons and or being created by dragons or willed into existence by dragons, and then, like, that whole process being related to a sort of logic, will, or reason, or logos, that kind of stuff. A choosing to seal herself within a sword is an interesting parallel that I'm sure I could make a better argument for if I sat down and actually wrote one out. Anyway, sorry, tangent. That's what happens. That's what happens. It's proven that she is suppressing something beneath Inazuma. It's a shame that no one talks about it. It's because we don't have any information about it. Like, just saying something is suppressed in Inazuma is nothing you can really work with. Like, oh my god, something is suppressed in Inazuma. We don't know anything about it. What else are we supposed to say? Right? That's why no one talks about it. Like, you can talk about all the possibilities until you're blue in the face, but, like, the reality is, for all we know, half of A could be down there. You know? Oh, there's a cave that these are probably in. Also, there's more down in here. I know that. Like, you know how Nouvelette wasn't, like, truly whole until he received his authority. He wasn't, like, a true dragon or anything. Like, it's very possible that A believes herself to be Makoto's twin, but actually, like, Makoto, when she rebuilt A's body for A after, I think, Dragon A would have died during the Dragon War, I think it's very possible that, like, her true draconic self could have been sealed beneath a tree, or just sealed in Inazuma in general. Like, that is not beyond the pale either. I think I've used that just... I definitely used that phrase wrong, but that's okay. We'll just pretend I didn't. It's within the realm of possibility. Why is drag... I'm not explaining this again! Stop asking me! If I'm talking about it, I've obviously been talking about it for, like, a considerable amount of the stream. Like, I will make the video eventually. I was just burned out for a while, and HoYo's decided, you know what, we're just gonna dump, like, all sorts of extremely relevant lore on you all the time now. So, like, you'll never get a break to do anything but what we want you to do. I'm obviously paraphrasing. I may or may not work on it after the Men of Lithen thing. It depends on my mood, really. I'm trying not to burn myself out of things. And, like, right now, I've done a few Genshin videos recently. But I'm currently only trying to do the things that really catch my interest, lest I stop altogether, which I'd rather not do. I'm just trying to be cognizant of it, which is why I haven't done it. Like, the thing is, like, the reason I haven't done the A as a Dragon Theory video and the reason I haven't done a Deshret video is because both of them are really big projects. And I don't just mean, like, the videos are long. I mean, like, the projects themselves are just really big. Like, it requires digging through a lot of material to put everything together and then weave it into something even remotely cohesive. That's based on something beyond vibes. Like, because I can go, this is so what's happening. Look at the vibes. Like, I can't do that. Like, I actually have to sit down and get my stuff in order. You know. If you think about it, every video is a Deshret video. I mean, if you really want to think about it that way. There's been videos where I don't mention him. Definitely has. But, yeah, it's, something else. Yeah. So, no, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. Like, there is more, like, proper evidence, but, like, not the character, I mean, like, the letter. I don't really want to, like, go through all of my notes from memory on stream, because that sounds awful. And then B, a lot of them require visuals, like visual comparisons that are like very difficult to do with words. And then C, some of them is really just vibes, and like some of them are from other games that kind of support the general notion of like where I'm going with it and why there's thematic parallels and things like that. And all that just takes time to compile and to put together into something that's actually comprehensible. And I don't wanna. What do I think that the Venti gave fake gnosis to Senora theory? Whoa, that's a sentence. What do you think that Venti give fake gnosis to Senora was true theory? That is certainly a sentence. Sometimes vibes crafting is the best crafting. Like, low-key, sometimes vibes crafting is just the best crafting. Like, sometimes you'll like, no, listen, dude, this is just based entirely on vibes, but this is what they're gonna do, and then they actually do it, and you're like, yep, see, told you. I had nothing to base it off of, but told you. That happens. It's definitely a thing. This is not where turtles are. Why am I up here? There are no turtles in the mountains. There are no turtles up here! Do I think before the space invasion by Fanes, the dragons were aware and knowledgeable about the worlds beyond and what was out there, like how Nouvelette knew what the narwhal was? The dragons? Yeah. I mean, the dragons came from the moon. For all we know. Based on what we know right now, the dragons came from the moon, man. They knew. They knew. Actually, okay. You guys know how I did the whole, I'm gonna beat a dead horse for a second. Okay, I said, I talked about my theory about how visions are modern day dragon pearls, right? And I've done 2 videos to kind of like prove out that hypothesis at this point, and I will probably end up having to make another one. But okay. The thing about visions is that they say that those who peer within the visions, or like when you get a vision, like you also get a glimpse of a helix-shaped ladder, which is fascinating because I don't know if I have this material anymore. I think I used it. I might have to go to the wiki to get it. Okay, well, the refinement material, yeah, I think I used it. Because I actually wanted to build the sword. So I don't have it anymore. Okay, so on the Calamity of Eshu sword, which looks weirdly like Wanderer for no apparent reason. Yeah, I don't care. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay, so on this sword, oops. I don't want you on that. These are so nested. I don't think it's on here. I think it's on... Yeah, no, it's not. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it up on the wiki because I have to prove something out really quick. Just a sec. It's gonna take me a second to grab the stuff for. Where is the refinement material? Shuttle of Odara, there we go. Okay. You can't see my screen. Hold on. There we go. Oh, there's so many ads. Hold on. I don't use this browser, so I don't have an ad blocker on it. Okay, Shuttle of Odara. This thing. All right. So, over here, when it talks about void shuttles, I've mistakenly thought that these were space shuttles for a really long time. I actually think it's a pun. I think it is supposed to be like technically kind of a space shuttle, but also not exactly. Because if you look at the Chinese characters that are used for the word shuttle, it is like the shuttle of a loom, like a weaving loom, which means that this void shuttle is like a thread, right? And if you think about the shape that a thread takes, a thread does have a helix shape because it's woven strands that are twisted around each other. So when we talk about like seeing a helix shaped ladder that's going into, I wonder if I can find it here. Hold on. I want to see if I can find the helix shaped ladder. I wonder if it'll, oh, it's on the vision one too. Okay. There we go. Okay, here we go. A helix-shaped divine ladder can allegedly be seen inside of visions which are witnessed by those who ascend to Celestia. Such a phenomenon has not been yet shown in-game. This is 91. Portable waypoint. No, Spiral Abyss. Okay, Spiral Abyss says that. I read the wrong thing. There we go. Adventurer's Handbook. Rumor has it that those who have ascended to Celestia have also witnessed the same helix-shaped divine ladder that can be seen within visions. So, like, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the Shuttle of Odara. And I want you to now look at... Oh, my God. I think my game froze. Uh-oh. Did everything else freeze? No, just my game. Just me. Okay, good. Good. I want you to look at Wanderer for a second. Alongside this. Oh, hold on. Let me. Okay. 1 second. There we go. There. Okay. Now, look. He has literally the Shuttle of Odara on his chest. Right? You've got the circle. The pearl in the middle is where his vision goes. He even has the same feather. Right? So if we look at this, it's talking about a void shuttle. Right? And we also know from that one combat event with that girl from Nod Cry, and also from Mahuiga who talked about Nod Cry, we also know that like the secret source technology is from the moon. And you guys know I've been talking about how dragons are like moon affiliated for like forever, and I've been saying things like I think the Moon Sisters were originally dragons and stuff like that. I'm gonna go conspiratorial for a second. So tinfoil hats on, okay? Well, in Nod Cry, they worship the Frost Moon, right? They have a special power that predates the elements, and the only power that we know of currently that predates the elements is phlogiston and the Primordial Sea and Secret Source technology. And Secret Source technology comes from the moon, and it's powered by phlogiston, which means it's likely dragon affiliated. And this power that they have may also be dragon affiliated, right? I'm going to take this a couple steps further, because if we think of it that way and we look at A again, and the reason why I keep saying A may be a dragon is because if you look at her friggin' son, he has all of these references to these sorts of references, right? When I was talking about dragons starting to be more associated with swords, like if you look at even Nouvelette, it's very possible that that sword that was hanging over Focalor's head, that could have also been related to his original power on the Sovereign's throne. That one's hard to say, but it's very possible. But it is possible to link swords and that collective consciousness kind of thing together. Now, what's Wanderer's backstory all about? Forging swords, right? Like, he was brought up in a smithy. He was taught how to forge swords. Everything, he knows how to sword dance. Like, everything about his past is related to blades and swords and everything, and he's supposed to parallel the Traveler in so many ways. In fact, there are so many ways he parallels the Traveler. This is so funny to me. Oops. This is so funny to me. That he parallels the Traveler in so many ways. there is straight up, okay, it's not on this one. It's, where is it? It might be on this page. The wiki actually has like an entire section that's dedicated to just comparing, I think it's on the traveler's page actually. Oops. I clicked the wrong thing. They actually have like a whole section on how the traveler and wanderer are related, which is really funny to me. Except now I have to find it. Okay, maybe it's not in this one. I need to figure out where this was. No, I need to figure out where this was. I was reading it the other day. I don't think it's on here either. No, I need to figure out where this was. There is a whole section on it. I just can't remember where it is. Maybe it was on the... No, I swear it was on... I swear it was on this one, but maybe not. I thought it was on the Traveler's thing. No, I think it's on... It must be on Wanderer's page. Must be on Wanderer's page and I'm just, like, overlooking it, which is possible. Because I was reading it the other day and I didn't make this up. It's on here somewhere. Anyway, the point is there's, like, a whole section where, like, they're trying to parallel the Wanderer with the Traveler. Okay, I have no idea where this is. I'll find it later. I'll find it later because I know it's there. I just don't know where. I don't know where it's there. It's somewhere. And I don't know what to search for either. What was I going through? Oh, right. I remember where I was going. Okay, this is the tinfoil hat part of the theory. Okay. All right. So, you know how Istaroth is a shade? And I've been talking about how I think the original 3 Moon Sisters were sort of... This is an old theory of mine. I don't remember which video it's in. But I said that the original 3 moons must have been dragons of some sort. And I think that they were commandeered or recruited or made to serve the first Descender at one point. And thus, you know, they serve the heavenly principles. And I was thinking about this, and I'm like, if that's the case, then Istaroth would have been a dragon, right? Assuming that's true. Or maybe not something like a dragon, but something a dragon adjacent, which would be a snake. Because in Inazuma, we learned that snakes and dragons are kin. And the interesting thing about Inazuma is that we have a white snake called Orobashi, who was originally from, or at least spent a very long time, in Liyue. And in Liyue, there was another white snake god, or adepti, called Changsheng, whose name means longevity or immortality. And I'm just like, well, that sounds kind of similar to, you know, immortal winds, eternal winds, the winds of time that go on forever. And I got to thinking, I was like, wait a minute. So we have this story about a golden-eyed adepti, a golden-eye and pale adepti in Liyue, who is related to Istaroth, and they've described her as a white horse. But the thing is, in Liyue, a lot of the adepti are described in terms not of their species or the animal that they are supposed to be. Like, Xiao isn't called a bird, he's called a bloodhound or a dog. And then Fujin isn't called a fish, she's called a bull. Which made me wonder, could Changsheng just be called a horse because she possesses the noble properties of a horse, but actually physically be a snake? Because Changsheng actually has golden eyes. She swapped them with Baizhu. Her pink eyes are Baizhu's eyes. His eyes were originally pink. Hers were originally gold and slitted and everything like that. So that would technically make Changsheng a daughter of Istaroth. which would make Istaroth a snake, which would make her akin to dragons, which would be very interesting to me because if moons are snakes and snakes are related to dragons, but dragons and Seelies have a lot in common, but we're actually like at odds with each other, that makes me wonder if Seelies were originally snakes and dragons were dragons, and they were originally at peace, worked together, related, but then had a split. And that's why they fight. Ta-da! That's my tinfoil hat for the day. Is this the Battlecast cutscene? No. No. What are you talking about? Why are Asian games so obsessed with dragons? Because dragons are a very important part of culture. Like, look, if you look at them, right? She even has pupils that are like Zhongli's. I say she, that's Baizhu, but those are Changsheng's eyes. In fact, I actually wonder if it's under, here we go. I will prove my point. Those of you non-believers. When she made a deal, her eyes were originally gold. There they are. Originally gold. And then when she made a contract, she swaps eyes with the person she makes a contract with. So at the end, she makes a contract with Baizhu. And you can see here, right here, before they make the contract, Baizhu has the reddish pink eyes. And Changsheng has her gold eyes. Oh my god, my controller disconnected. And you can watch them swap in real time when they make their contracts. You haven't seen the cutscene for your Battle Pass since 5.0? You're probably automatically skipping it. I gotta skip ahead a little bit. And then, his eyes turn from red to gold. Those are Changsheng's eyes, part of their contract. Anyway! Eyes are also a very big part of, like, dragon-y kind of stuff. I'm just saying. That's enough of my conspiratory thinking for today. Is there any evidence at all for other continents existing? The fact that they call it a continent is enough, honestly. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Red to gold, Rubido to Citrinitas. Yep. Hello, Ruse. Welcome back. All right, I ignored a lot of you while I was going off on that. But Elliot DeCastro, thank you for your super. Tomato Lover, thank you as well for your super. And Evil Laugh, that's very appropriate for today. Boreas 451. Did you get your 451 from Fahrenheit 451? I'm just curious. Thank you for the super. Imagine the horrors of an area that mixes regional mechanics like the final dungeon from Zelda. Also, Rip Club Penguin, my puppies are still alive, I swear. Oh my god, I have the same feeling about Neopets. I swear my pets are still alive. They're not dead. There's no way. I've heard that's still going. My sister started playing it again. I was like, what? That still exists? It's still going? My god, the golden age of friggin' online computer games where even cereal companies had websites that were just full of Flash games. It was so awesome. Today's youth will never know of the golden times unless NeoCities really takes the internet by storm, which I don't think it will. I think it'll stay as a bit of a niche thing, but whatever. Steve M, thank you for the super. I hope the 10th Fatui Harbinger is related to the Frost Moon Scions in Istaroth, similar to Arlecchino and Renova. That would be cool, and honestly, one of the better case scenarios for me personally. Like, I think that would be fascinating. I'm gonna go up here, actually. That'd be really cool. I should really update that corkboard. I should update all of my art. When do I have time for that? I was supposed to update my art every year, and then I just have it. I could. I will. I'll try to do it by March. I'll do that. Yeah, no, I would love a Frost Moon Scion Harbinger. I think that'd be dope. I think it'd be kind of weird for them to be number 10, though, if that's the case. Just because, like, number 10 implies that they're pretty low on the totem pole. And you would expect someone who has, like, Frost Moon magic to be a bit more powerful, a bit higher ranked, I guess. But still, I'd like it. I think that'd be really fun. Super fun. Hello, Rocks. Don't worry, dude. I'm here to clean the barnacles off your back. You'll feel better. Just a little pinch. Get some of that weight off your shell. A little shiatsu massage. Hiya, hiya, hiya. All good. Thank you, come again. Leave a good review. I rely on my Yelp services. These guys are empty. Useless. Randomly found this turtle a few days ago. Very handy, gotta admit. We know some things about the Moon Sisters, but what about the sun? Was it just a cart for the sisters, Sun Chariot, or what is he? Okay, I know what you're saying. The Solar Chariot. Okay, yeah, you're right. We know a lot about the Lunar Chariots. Not a lot, but we have multiple accounts of the Lunar Chariots, and it seems like we don't have many accounts of the Solar Chariots, but the reality is we actually do have some accounts of the Solar Chariots. I don't think they actually had anything to do with the Moon Sisters necessarily. I think it's a separate thing. I think the sun is a separate thing altogether. Now, obviously, we have the chasm with the Solar Chariot. There. That's like the main mention of the Solar Chariot. However, my favorite little Skrunkly just so happens to have a Solar Chariot of his own. Let's see if I can find it. That'll be the real test. If I can find the Solar Chariot. It's in one of these things. Oh, here it is. This one! Da-da-da! Desert with the Solar Chariot. Lord of the Blazing Sun, he set out here on his chariot to drive away evil spirits wandering among the grim mountains. Woohoo! Just saying. There are a couple little mentions of that in certain places all over the place, but no, it's not explicitly called the Solar Chariot, but he's literally called Lord of the Blazing Sun. He's based on a solar deity. He has a chariot. He's quite literally which would make it a Solar Chariot, Sun Chariot. Is it the one that went across the sky? I don't know, but there is evidence that Deshret fell to Earth. It's not super explicit, but it can definitely be read that way. Tavi, I'm curious if you think there's a reason why Paimon has been separating from the Traveler more and more recently. Event quest with her at the Bass House, us with A, and last at Natlan Archon quest. I think she's just growing up. Like, I think we forget that Paimon isn't just like a little fairy pixie. She's not just small. She's like literally a baby. You know? She has severe separation anxiety and she needs to be separated from her parental figure every now and again. She needs to learn how to fly on her own. And as things get more and more dangerous, I think the Traveler is going to want to protect Paimon more and more. So I don't think that'll be changing anytime soon. Oh, they're down here, that's why. But yeah, like, she's just growing up. This is just part of her growth phase. Now, I don't think I've ever said this on stream, but when this storyline of Genshin ends, so after we get to Conria and all that kind of stuff, I really do think that they'll do like a Genshin 2, where you have to go outside of Teyvat, whether that's to other planets or to nearby planets or even just nearby continents, I don't know. But I was thinking, like, at that point, I don't think we would have a Traveler anymore. And I wondered, you know, would we actually play as Paimon? All grown up. But maybe, like, bitter and salty and maybe a bit depressed about losing the Traveler after everything that they've been through, and now, like, she has to go on a journey to kind of, like, you know, I don't want to say find herself, but that's kind of the vibe, right? Figure out who she is without the Traveler involved. I think that would be a great option for part 2, because it makes sense. There's history there, but, like, at the same time, for newer players, it's not a big deal. If you don't know the whole story behind everything they've been through, because you'd be in entirely new lands and all that. So yeah, I'd like that. That's something I'd like to see. But I think she's just grown up. Fryrun style. Yeah, I've heard a couple people say that. I think that would, I think that's pretty accurate. An accurate assessment of what would happen. Can't change Paimon's gender. Yeah, I don't think that's really a big deal, honestly. Unless we find out that Paimon also has a twin. That'd be kind of funny. But the thing is like, you don't change your gender in every Hoyo game. Like in Honkai Impact Part 2, they actually started with the ability for the Dream Seeker to change genders. And then they decided to remove it. So now you can only be female. You can't choose male. So I don't think they're averse to it, is basically what I'm saying. I don't think they're against the idea of doing that. Especially if it makes narrative sense. Had Nahida weapon, Mahuika weapon, Venti line, and Archon quest, and many world quests all mention 1,000. It feels like it's used too many times to be a phrase. What do you think? Okay, so there are some instances where it's actually using the word 1,000 in Chinese, and some instances where it's using a sort of metaphor that's using the word 1,000, but what it actually means is infinite. So in English, we tend to not always know the difference because we can't see the, you know, we don't have that differentiation in English. But some of those are 1,000, as in they're referring explicitly to the number 1,000, and then there are some where it's just like referring to 1,000 as in like you can't count them all. There are like over 1,000, right? So. Violet grass, Jibby, I'm gonna show you something funny. Okay. Let's see if I remember where this is. I think it's right here. I'll show you something funny. Let's see if I remember this correctly. Is it here? Yes, it is. I am correct. This is the easiest and best place to get violet grass. If you're patient, just come here a few times over the course of a week or two. Ta-da! There's more than just those 4. There's like 5 or 6 around here somewhere. There's also more on Wuwang Hill that are really easy to get. The thing is like a lot of the violet grasses just clump together. It's not worth going after the individual ones unless you need like individual pieces to bulk things up quickly. But anyway. I don't have to sass you on live stream. It's true, I sass you enough elsewhere. But this time it's deserved. Go back to the waypoint, there's 3. Oh yeah, if you jump down, there's like 3 more. I don't need any, I have like 200. But Jibby was complaining about collecting collecting violet grass, and I was giving him shit for it. Is this actually a puzzle that I haven't solved? Or is this just like, you can turn these back on? I think you can just turn these back. I hope this isn't a puzzle I haven't. I bet this is a puzzle I haven't solved. I don't wanna. Oh, I forgot you can walk on this water. Whee! I'm Jesus Cat! Cat Jesus. Leopard Jesus. Am I Ocelot? Ocelot. Ocelot Jesus. Ocelosus. What? Hey, Crabs, you're not so special. I can walk on water too, you know. No, stop hitting me. So rude. Anyway. Can she skate on the water? Yeah, I mean, it should be. It's a solid surface, technically. Wow. Crabs just vibing, doing what they do. And many more meanings got lost in translation. The lore is probably more easy to understand if people played in Chinese. Yes and no. I think on the whole, the answer to that is yes. But there are some instances where it's a lot easier to actually see patterns in English. But what I will say is that over time, the game has gotten a lot better about making the translations a lot closer to each other. So a lot of the tricky stuff and like the metaphors that get lost in translation and things, a lot of those tend to be, in the earlier content more so than a lot of the more recent stuff. Like, if you look at the Men of Lethan, for example, there are some notable differences that kind of change a little bit of the nuance. But for the most part, the book's like a 1-to-1 translation. So, like, they've done a pretty good job in increasing the quality overall of their translations, which I'm pretty keen on. So, guys, just listen in Chinese and read in English. It's easy. Yeah, except when you're trying to read a book, and the book isn't voiced, and you can't listen in Chinese. What are you gonna do? I'm actually curious to know if any Chinese creators on Bilibili or whatever have done an audiobook series. Like, this is one thing that I have heard people say they want to do forever. So many people have said, oh, it'd be so cool to just, like, have someone go through all of the books and just read them. Not interpret them or anything, but just read them out loud and put them in a video format for YouTube or whatever. And every time someone's come out and said that they want to do that, they never do it. I think partly because, like, it's a bit of a commitment. Another part is because I don't think anyone actually wants to listen to it. There's just a very limited audience for it. I've seen people do, like, a couple videos for it, but it's usually a project that gets abandoned pretty quickly, unfortunately. But if no one's done it by this point, I don't think anyone's gonna do it. But I do wonder if there's a Chinese creator who's done it. I know there's not an English one, but is Arnold sort of doing it? I haven't seen the series. If you ever get a good mic, you'll do it. No, listen, my first few videos were recorded on my phone's microphone, okay? My original recording setup was quite literally a fleece blanket that had been folded, and then I would put my phone down in the middle of it, and I would like create like a little mini three-sided box, essentially, out of the blanket for my phone. And I would record into that. Because believe it or not, your phone's microphone these days is actually pretty good. It's pretty good for, like, most of the stuff that you would need it for. And it was good enough for me to, like, record some of my earlier videos on. Because if you dampen the ambient noise, right? If you dampen the ambient noise, which is what the blanket was for, and also to, like, reduce echo, right? A little bit of reverb, some reverb protection. If you do that, then you can usually like use a digital equalizer to remove some of the background noise if you have any. Like for me, I have a heater that runs in the background and my microphone can pick it up and often does. So you can remove the ambient noise, and then you can also just adjust your equalizer settings to make your voice sound a little bit more rich. Like, straight up, you can make some pretty good sounding audio on a phone if you know what you're doing. So none of that if I only had a better mic kind of thing. If you're not doing voice acting, like, professionally, you probably don't need a great quality microphone. Honestly, there are, like, $20 mics in the market now that you can use some pretty easy software to, oh. You can use some software to basically, what am I doing? I lost my train of thought like 4 times because I'm not sure what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, can I get out? Anyway, mic technology's come a long way, that's all I'm saying. I want to say thank you for your super chat, but you said you liked that I pronounced your name correctly, and I panicked. That's funny. I panicked. Like, wait, how did I say it? How do I say it? Oh no, oh no. Did I say it weird and it's right? Did I say it the way I think it's said and it's actually right? No, I'll never know. I'll never know. Okay. Anyway, I should actually probably pick up my commission rewards for the day, huh? That might be a good thing to do. Maybe we should do that. Really? Oh my god, there's another anecdote. Where did they come from? Where do they go? What are these anecdotes, Cotton Eye Joe? When I was a kid, I thought that song was about a guy who just had, like, a cotton ball in his eye. Like, instead of a false eye, he just had a cotton ball. But instead, it's actually, like, cotton eye, like a disease. Like a bad infection, rather. I didn't know that. There's another one on Watatsumi. Oh, son of a... Oh, jeez. One of the drinks in Honkai Star Rail is based on the story of the Raiden twins from Genshin. Is it? Which one? V Libra, just dropping in to note that while watching the newest video, I realized Dottore is most likely using Arlecchino's fireblood to burn Irminsul. Father is the gasoline, and that's really funny to me. That's a distinct possibility, actually, now that you say that. Even if he's not using her blood directly, it could be that he's using something that he created as a result of studying her blood. That's actually still really funny. Synthetic gasoline. Love that. That's funny. Yejun Im, what you said about the events covering hidden scattered lore, do you think that Senora lore could show up in the next Monzat event, especially if Durin is involved? Rostam did die during versus Durin. That's a possibility. I mean, it could explain one of the reasons why Child would show up. Maybe he's investigating stuff related to the Fatui for one reason or another. And also, if you were... Again, this is theoretical. This is a theoretical quest that I have just dreamed up and is by no means supported by anything other than I would really like this based on what we have so far. But, like, if you think about it, if they were to try and revive Rosaline, they can't do it in an event. They have to do it in a actual, like, permanent quest. Going through and doing, like, a Durin event where they would revive Durin would be a nice setup for it, because you could almost look at it like a practice piece. The Ball Royale drink? Oh, okay, I'll look at it later. Ren R, I once said ages ago that the Conrians Chapter X from Travail will be Chapter 0. Do you still think that? Yes. I really think, like, we're experiencing the Conrian chapter, like, interspersed with everything else. Like, I don't think there is technically, like, a Conria chapter. Like, I don't even know if we'll go there for a year. Maybe we will. But I really feel like Conria is both the start and the ending of the game. So it follows us throughout the whole story. We get, like, pieces of the story interwoven. And then maybe we'll get to go there, explore it, and have, like, our finale and all that other kind of stuff. Think about that. What if Durin and Senora is a fusion amalgamation? I don't think they'll go that way. For one, that would be mean as hell. That'd be so mean to Senora. But also, I feel like that'd be very strange for Durin's story. What do I think will happen to Dainsliff towards the end of the game? I think he'll die. Deadsliff. YouTube finally sent a notification that this stream is happening 3 hours after it started, and you've been here the whole time. Perfect. The system is working as intended. Okay, I'm paranoid about these friggin' anecdotes now. So paranoid, how many are there? Okay, there's no more in Liyue right now. So help me. Oh, you son of a... I hate everything. All things die one day. Let the man rest. The captain was happy to die. Let Dainsliff die happy. I'll be so happy. If not Yenfei, what Genshin character do you feel most fits you? Charlotte. I think I just realized the other day that I think Swordfish 2 is a Cowboy Bebop reference. So you're a medical student in the US. I'm gonna end up like the doctor. I mean, listen, the reason scientists go mad is because no one listens to them. Just saying. Mad scientists are basically the epitome of the phrase fuck around and find out, for real. Anyway, you were just wondering if there's any medical stuff in game. I know there's illnesses and plagues, but are there medical references? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by other medical references. Obviously, there's a lot of sicknesses, plagues. Just looking at Tignari and Baiju should tell you quite a bit of what they deal with on a regular basis. I mean, there's a lot of experimental stuff, like anatomical stuff, in the Elazar Hospital in the desert. Beyond that, I'm not too sure. You thought the swordfish was a cybersecurity reference? I'm not familiar with that one. Has anyone put slimes under a microscope? Lisa asked a question in her, during her time at the Sumeru Academia, where she was like, if you put flour into a hydro slime, what happens? You just realized that people were expecting the Inazuma event stuff was due to Natlan, just like Lantern, right? Only to realize Inazuma's ley lines are separated because of the Sacred Sakura. Mond next? Maybe. We'll see. What part of the lore is most exciting for you to explore? Like, is it the Ars Goetia and occultism, or the cultural references, mythology? I like all of it. Like, for me, the part that I like most about this game in general is the fact that it kind of forces me to learn about everything. Because I like learning. I love learning. Maybe that's a weird hobby, but like, I literally spend my free time studying random things. I like taking things apart and putting them back together. I like reading about things. I like learning how stuff works. And I mean literally everything from economics to the framing of a house to septic systems to heat pumps to, you know, the way languages develop over time. Like, I just like knowing how things work. So, Genshin forces me to learn things. Not forces me, but it encourages me to learn things, especially things that I didn't even know I wanted to know about. That's my favorite part about the game. If it's not Deshret, it's Kaya, just ask Ruzi. What if I told you that Deshret and Kaya are the same? Oh, nice callback to her story quest. Cute. It's very cute. I think Xianyun's had my favorite anecdote this time. Like, her little anecdotal line was probably my favorite. Elaborate on what? Oh, you mean you want me to elaborate on the Deshret Kaya thing? Okay, but if I do that, it's gonna be like my last thing. Okay, yeah. To answer the other question, if it's not Yanfei, It's Charlotte and or Kooky. Yep, yep. Depends on what mood I'm in. If I'm in a positive mood, I'm Charlotte. If I'm in any other mood, yeah, Kooky's kind of where it's at. Jack of all trades, for real, for real. That's like my jam. My jam is that like I'm an expert at no one thing. I'm not particularly fantastic at any one thing, but I'm pretty good at a ridiculous number of things. All right, I keep meaning to go do my commissions. I still haven't collected my rewards. Wait, I was serious about the Kaya Deshret? I mean, see, this is why I keep telling you the reason I haven't done the Deshret video is because, like, when I say it's, like, a big project, I mean it's a big friggin' project. It's such a big project. And there's so much real-world lore that I have to go... Well, real-world lore. Real-world mythology that I have to go through. But I guess what I'll leave you with is... Deshret is Amun, Ra, and Horus, right? Like, I think everyone can agree that he's based on those three Egyptian deities. But he's also Osiris. And actually, I would argue that even though his demon name is Amun, he's predominantly Osiris. Like, that seems to be, like, his main thing. Mostly because the goddess of flowers is supposed to be a direct reference to Isis. And Isis and Osiris have that long history of resurrection and death and being buried and then unburied and then all that kind of stuff. Like, that's like the whole recurring theme and whatever. And I could go into, like, all the particulars of that and everything, but I won't because time. I don't want to. But okay, so Osiris is Deshret. But the thing is, everyone during that time period agreed that Osiris is Dionysus. Okay? And that's where it gets really complicated and very interesting really quick. Because if you start looking at Deshret from the lens of Dionysus, you're going to start making like a bunch of really bizarre string on corkboard connections really quick. Like, for example, you'll link him to alcohol, grapes. You'll link him to sleeping, celebrations. You'll link him to chthonic deities, for one. You'll even link him to forces like Vishnu, because it's believed that Dionysus is one of the only Greek gods who's not actually native to Greece. In fact, his story specifically says he came from the east, which is exactly what happened with Deshret, by the way. He would have invaded from Liyue to take over and conquer the desert. That's what happened there. And he came from the east. A lot of people think that he may have been Vishnu originally. Like a lot of anthropologists. When I say people, I'm literally meaning like anthropologists and historians and like actual scholars who study this stuff, not just like random ass people I find on the street. So a god that came from away, take on a different deity associated with chthonic stuff, all that kind of stuff. Then you look at Genshin, you're just like, okay, well in Genshin, we're looking at wine, right? Because Dionysus, god of wine, all that kind of stuff. But in this game, what you call wine, we call the abyss. So we can link alcohol to the abyss. And then we start getting really kind of sketched out because we can start connecting Dionysus historically to Odin. Like, directly. Because Dionysus, as a god, was actually, like... Even though he's associated with wine, he's not technically associated, like, with the grapes necessarily. He's associated with the transformative process, and he's also associated with the state that wine puts you in. And so they end up calling him the god of madness. They say he saves the world through madness. Now you start to see where it starts to connect back to Deshret, right? So, madness, in this case, is also related to a state of frenzy. Now, Odin is technically the god of frenzy. That is one of his things. Sky Father, all that kind of stuff. And if we think of Odin, we also think of Ermin, because Ermin is another name for Odin. And what do we have in Genshin is a lot of Conria references to Ermin. We've got Kaya over there as the one-eyed pirate whose brother owns a winery, who loves alcohol. His favorite season is summer, and which is where you know, associated with grapes and all that kind of stuff. With the harvest. And he is also very much obsessed with alcohol. He drinks Death in the Afternoon, which is not wine, to be fair. But Death in the Afternoon is a reference to a book about a matador, if I remember correctly. And matadors fight bulls. Bulls are also associated with Dionysus and Isis. And we start to come full circle, especially when you remember that the goddess of flowers is also a goddess that represents madness and dreams and salvation through that madness and dreams and all that other kind of stuff. And also wine. Lots of wine. Things like that. So you can draw these parallels. You can start to make them. And you can start to see patterns. Now, that is not to say that I think that Deshret is Kaya. I wouldn't say that. But also keep in mind that, you know, Conria is below Sumeru. Kaya apparently entered Tevat, or at least, like, his people came from Sumeru at one point in time in his background, which is why he tried to go there. You know? And, yeah. Anyway! I can go on, but, like, basically it boils down to Deshret is Osiris, is Dionysus, is connected to Odin, Frenzy, Wine, Abyss, Kaya. That's basically how it goes. It's basically the line that you would draw. There's a lot of space to go in between. You can start talking about Odin's Wild Hunt, for example, where he was basically like leading ghosts and wolves across the sky. It gets deep really quick, and sometimes the hardest part of a theory is like trying to figure out what you include. Because sometimes you'll have so much stuff that if you sat there and listed off every single thing that connected to what you were talking about, you'd be making 3-hour videos for every topic. And that's just not practical. So you kind of have to pick and choose what makes the most sense. And sometimes sifting through my notes, I'm just like, I don't even know what to discard anymore. Goddess of Flowers is Nicole. That's the only identity worth mentioning. Listen, that might not be too far off. For a minute there, I literally thought you meant Nicole from Zenless Zone Zero. And I kind of froze like, oh, you meant Nicole as in the witch. No, okay. You want to talk witches, though. I can actually connect the Hexen Circle directly back to Deshret. You know why? Oh, this is actually going to require... Hold on a second. This actually requires me going to get something. Hold on. I actually tried to write an entire theory about it, and then I got distracted with other Simulanka stuff. But like one of the reasons why I'm so focused on Simulanka so much is because so much of it connects to things that are like of very particular interest to me. But I think Alice, in particular, might be a djinn. And even if Nicole isn't the goddess of flowers, I think it's very possible that Nicole is also a djinn. I know we also have a theory that Nicole was a Seelie. That is possible. Nicole being older than Alice would actually make sense to me. So her being a Seelie and then Alice being a djinn would make a lot of sense to me. But I think Alice is a djinn, not just because we have this story about... Hold on. I want to bring up the thing I'm thinking of first so I don't lose my place, and then I'll flesh out this idea before I go. Oh, nice. It's like literally right here. Okay. All right. I gotta swap my desktop on. Okay, you see this stuff? You see these? Do I just like... Okay, yeah, there we go. Here's the thing about these. These are friggin' weird, okay? Usually if things aren't interactable, or they're like objects, but they don't have an elemental affinity, when you look at them in elemental sight, they will turn white. Sometimes they turn black. These things turn red, which is really, really, really odd. It's very odd. It's very unique. It doesn't happen that often. This is the UV mapping star again. Yeah. But this is also a very interesting star because these have a name. Oh, shoot. You guys are going to make me remember the name of this, too. Hold on. What is the name of these things? They have a name. Hold on. They have a name. I need to remember what the name is. Hold on. These have a real name. The thing that this is referencing has a real name. They're these. Right. I know they have a name. I just couldn't remember where they were from. They have a name. Merkaba? It is a Merkaba shape, no, but these lanterns in particular have a very specific name. I might actually have to go to my drive really quick and see. Hold on. You guys might be able to see a script of mine. Well, an abandoned script. You guys want to look in here? This will be fun. Oh dear. Which one is it? An excellent question. What did I name it as? Is it this one? Did I ever publish it? I don't think I published it. Alright. This might be fun. You guys get to see my notes too. This will be great. This is not it. That is another abandoned script that I never wrote. This one I wrote. I don't think it was in my... I actually never made this video, even though I wrote it. I never made that either. I don't think it was that one. I don't think it was this one either. Some of these got renamed elsewhere, okay? Maybe it was this one. No, it wasn't. It's not this one. This one's old. It's definitely not this one. That's old. That's old too. Darn. Hold on. None of this, it doesn't matter if you guys see any of this. It really is. It doesn't matter. You guys can see how much stuff I abandoned, though. That's true. Huh. It wasn't here. Did I leave it? Oh, I might have left it in Nicole's, I might have left it in Nicole's video. Oh, I might have left it in Nicole. No, not this one. Not this one. I opened that one already. I might have left it at the bottom of this one. No, I didn't. Where is this script? Is it in a different thing? Unless I put it in here? No, I didn't. I wrote that one. Huh. Where did I put this? Okay, hold on. This is not helpful. None of this is helpful. None of this is helpful. Where did I put this? I don't even know. Okay. I don't, I know these are... I know they have a name. Oh, the Thanos. I could have just done that. I guess there's that. I'll find the thing. Sometimes I have so many Google accounts that sometimes I'll start a draft and I'll just start throwing notes in it and it's in the wrong account and then I forget to move it over. Anyway, my point what I was going for, is that I'm pretty sure... Oops. I'm pretty sure these things are based off of the Fanus. I think they have a different name. Or the Phanus. Which is interesting because they're called Phanus. Which is, again, Phanus, the god, the first descender, right? Phanos, right here. The light and the darkness kind of thing. This is where I was starting with the Alice thing. Because the whole Simulanka thing was, oh. These things are such a pain in the ass to find. Not Thanos. I think you can call them Phanus, too. Okay, well, anyway. Associated with all this kind of stuff, right? Pharaonic festivals, that kind of thing. I'm looking for the, they're not always paper stars, though. Like, they're often copper, tin... these ones are the ones I was looking for. But yeah, so you get the name of them. I will find my draft with all the stuff in it. I will find it. But the point is that a lot of the designs that they were using on the traditional ones, like these, this is what Fanus, 2 O's, that one. I was able to find the ones with Fanus with 2 O's. That's what it was. So the patterning on these was what I was looking at, and I was just like, these look quite similar to the star lanterns we have over here. And since these actually have their roots in Egyptian practices, so in, you know, a lot of the Middle East and Northern Africa and that kind of stuff, I was looking at these being like, this is like an argument to push the narrative that Alice may be from the desert. Because if you didn't know this, the one thing I really like Dory for is this particular story. Now, this is an embellished story, to be fair. Oh. Okay. Okay. Apparently, Anti-Phantom doesn't like Dory. Apparently. It crashed on Dory, that's funny. Alright. Oh no, it's not in here. It's in her character stories. Sorry, not her voice lines. Character stories. Oh my god, these ads are out of control. Friggin' fandom. Alright. Welcome to Alice. So, this is one of those things where, like, obviously Dory's gonna tell us a story about Alice. Oh, shoot. This isn't where it's mentioned, is it? Okay. There's a whole story about Dory meeting Alice, and Alice was trapped in a bottle like a genie, and she freed her, and then that's how the two got to work together. So, like, there's that whole story. Oh, you know what? I think it is her voice lines. I think it's her Ascension lines. Hold on. Maybe it was this one. Oh yeah, it's a genie of beauty and kindness. This one. Yeah, okay, this is the story about Alice. It was in the voice lines. I did remember correctly. Look at that. She happened to find a magic lamp in her warehouse. When she polished the lamp, all of a sudden a puff of red smoke came out. Red, Alice, Klee, right? Smoke spoke to her, claimed to be the genie of beauty and kindness. That's very on brand for Alice. And the merchant somehow reminded the genie of her own lovely daughter. That's Klee. So she decided to grant the merchant a wish. Genies and Jinn are very connected, right? Anyway, this is one of those things that's obviously like a made-up story, but with every sort of made-up story, they're always based on a grain of truth. So I'm looking at this going, I bet you the one part of this that's true is this one, that Alice is a genie. Because, like, Alice is older, and she also talks about Klee being a child of summer. Again, we talked about Dionysus and Kaya and his favorite thing being the season of summer, associated with winery, wine in the abyss, and all that. You can start making a whole corkboard of stuff. It's great fun. But yeah, so like this story goes on for a while. Goes over for a while. But the thing is like Alice is old, but she can't be that old because she makes it to that travel guide and she's like looking around and everything and she's studying the world and whatnot. But she doesn't know a lot about Tevat's early history, which is fascinating to me. When she talks about things like the borders of the world getting fuzzy and like the KFC wings and stuff, I actually wonder if she's just talking about the borders of the world between like the firmament. Like she knows it exists, and she would if she's a djinn, or even the barrier between Tevat and the abyss, right? Like you can look at this in a lot of different directions. But anyway, this is the star that set me off on this tangent because if you look, these designs are just very, very on brand. Not that. Very on brand with the lamps. When you look at these, it's very on brand with these lamps. The fatus, which is also funny to me because, or the fanus. The fanus reminds me of the fatus, which is the fatui, which is all made up and founded by Conrians at this point. So I'm like, is that related? I don't know. Sure as hell feels like it at this point. But I don't know. There's... The thing about this stuff is it just looked a lot like Moroccan tiling. And similar cutouts. Which is where I started. And then I ended up here. So... Anyway, if she's Eris, she may have been stuck in Enkanomiya for a while. Yeah, but time doesn't pass the same way in Enkanomiya. That's the thing. Like time is time functions weird down there. So I'm not sure quite how that factors in. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying like I don't know what the time scale of that would be. It appears on a golden arch too. Alice was involved in it, right? I think you mean archipelago. Oh, well, I guess Arc is short for archipelago, huh? Yeah. Well, this is the Golden Apple Archipelago. Oh, no, it's not. It's Similanka. Does it appear in the Golden Apple Archipelago? I think they appear as decorations. But anyway, I'm also of the... this is also a vibe-based thing. Like, there is some stuff that can sort of, like, allow you to draw a connection, but... there's not enough to make like a very super tight, convincing argument for it. But I also do think that the possibility of Deshret and Zhongli being related is very possible. Deshret has very big little brother energy. Just saying. And I've also sort of stated, I don't know if I've stated this like in very clear terms, but I also do wonder, and I've thought a lot about the possibility of a theory of Crystal Marie's being correct. She's written two very, very long, very thoroughly researched essays on Zhongli specifically. And her conclusion, one of her conclusions, is that the reason why Zhongli has a cube is because instead of an orb is because he was the inheritor of Fane's legacy, or he was supposed to. So he's like midway through Ascension or something similar to that. If that's the case, then like older brother inheriting a throne before a little brother makes a lot of sense to me. Would explain a lot of little things. Similarities between Zhongli and Deshret, and then Deshret's desert stuff and Liwei's ruins with all the dragon stuff in Natlan also starts to make sense. Also, as I'm looking at my screen over here, in the puzzles, the upside down Triketras, this was another reason why I was like, I think A may be a dragon because I associate the moons with the abyss, and the Triketra upside down is a symbol of a moon. And right side up, for that matter. I was thinking about that, but anyway. Partly because someone else pointed this out earlier. I'd forgotten about this, but we've talked a little bit about Elysia today, too. And Elysia was named after the Elysium Realms. Not the Elysium Realms. But obviously the Elysium... Oh, sorry, I hit my mic. The Elysium Realms in Honkai Impact... Elysian Realms in Honkai Impact is that. I was thinking about the Elysium Field or the river, I forget. I'm just gonna go to the wiki because it knows the official... I don't want that. Fields. It was Fields, yeah. So there was the Elysium Fields, which is what she's named after. Or the Elysian Realm. Okay, I was right. I just spelled it wrong. That's nothing new. So it is called all these names. Obviously she's related to this, but someone pointed out on Discord the other day, and I had forgotten about this. They were saying that... Hold on. I'm gonna... They were saying that the Intivats actually look quite a bit like asphodels. Because, for one, they have the correct number of petals, I think. They also have the similar stamen. But even if they don't have the correct number of petals all the time, they do form the double Triketra that we see all the time. And then we also have asphodels relating to the Elysium Fields, or the Asphodel Meadows. I believe both are realms of the dead. But this is also called the Land of Dreams. So, I don't know. You can extrapolate this out into Honkai Impact terms and, like, thematic parallels with HoYoverse's writers, because friggin' Project Stigma, which is got a lot in common with a lot of the themes in Genshin. But basically it was an effort to create like this giant hive mind. Not hive mind, a collective consciousness where everyone would dream within the... It was like a dream of a dream. It was a big old... Yeah, everyone would just live within this dream, basically. But they created this thing by like weaving together the minds of these Honkai beasts, because those beasts could only think in their dreams, and so they made for like a good scaffolding. I think of that when I think of dragons in this game. Dragons being like the framework of the world, being related to dreams, scaffolding of the world, and then throwing a bunch of humans in it. I think about that a lot. And then also, you know, someone talked earlier about like how Genshin is most likely a simulation at this point. And it's like, yeah, I mean, there's simulated elements to it. Dreams are basically an organic simulation if you think about it. But the Elysian Realm in Honkai Impact was a simulation, right? And so like, it's easy to start conflating a bunch of themes and like seeing how HoYoverse has exactly one idea and likes to remix it a billion different ways. The dream of dreaming thing? Yeah, I mean, basically. Has anyone found the meaning of Genshin? You mean the word? It just means original god. Or primordial god, depending on how you translate it. Nothing proves that more than Sumeru with a computer tree. Yeah, exactly. Elysium is supposed to be a paradise. Yeah, and Asphodel is obviously like for like normal people. And then Tartarus is where everyone bad goes. Makes you wonder if, like, these are the three realms, right? Like, maybe you have the Elysian realm, which is heaven, and then you have the Asphodel Meadows, which is maybe Tevat. I don't know. In Tevats, that would make sense to me, right? And then maybe you'd have Tartarus, which is the abyss, which is where all the bad things go. Wouldn't that be really funny? Aponia created the Elysian realm with her own mind. She hosts it. Do you think perhaps Tevat is repeating a dream within the mind of someone like her? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of theories about that, too. Like, even if you look elsewhere in Honkai Impact, like outside of the Flame Chasers. If you look at Durandal, right? Who's named after a sword, by the way. She took the seed of Sumeru into herself. Like, it lives inside of herself. And the seed of Sumeru is basically a little pocket universe, right? Like, it's a universe within a container that lives inside of her now. So, like, that's a, yeah, Hoyo likes that idea too. But remember, even Project Stigma had someone who had to live outside the dream. And then even if you look at Star Rail, you look at Penacony, you're like, well, Sunday was going to have to be the one who stays awake while everyone else dreams. Like, he's the, the dreamer, so to speak. Or the one who can't dream, depending on how you look at it. Aponia, have they admitted the connection between those two games? Not that I know of. Well, I mean, yes, and the thing is like, Hoyo in general is creating a Marvel Cinematic Universe, if you will. For lack of a better point of comparison. So I think, like, all games should be considered to be connected by default, but maybe not, like, directly impacting each other. No pun intended. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Basically. A HoYoverse is, if you will. Yeah, but if I say HoYoverse, it doesn't have the same impact unless I say Hoyo Cinematic Universe. But not ZZZ. I didn't say not ZZZ. You know why? Do you know why I'm not saying ZZZ? Okay, I'm gonna close Genshin because we're not playing this anymore. We're not actually playing anything anymore, so I'm gonna just close this now, so I don't have to look at it. Moon's Hollow, yeah. Well, first off, yes. Also, Zenless does have a lot of similar themes when you really start to look at them. Also, if you look at Hollows, they're basically little mini worlds inside of them that haven't yet been created yet. Ether is basically like abyssal material. The Hollows themselves form a sky dome or a firmament, if you will. People can enter easily, but they can't leave easily because they can't find the exit. Right? A multiverse, basically at this point. I don't know if I do not know if this is on here. I don't know if these things are on here yet. I don't think they're on the wiki yet, which means I might have to go to the YouTube channel. I might have to go to the YouTube channel for this one. Because there was something I noticed. There's just gonna be I think we can just go through the 2-minute one. I'm just gonna scroll though. Okay. Okay, these things. These things are just ethereals. I don't know if there's a better shot of them. Oh yeah, here we go. See, you see this thing? Hold on. This is where I get real conspiratorial. This is just a friggin' ethereal, okay? Like, I don't know why I'm looking at it this way. But this is actually a good point of comparison here because you can see like a bunch of different ones. Okay, you see this? This is literally like look at this. Look at this. This is literally Tearfang. Like just straight up. How do these creatures even have sense? Well, I mean, it makes sense in Zenless, but I can't speak for I can't speak for Star Rail yet. But listen, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that this is like actually legitimately the case. I'm just saying that Hoyo doesn't do these things unintentionally. That's not their style. You know, it's just not their style. They like to make references. So the fact that they're doing this and it is so explicit to me just says that, yeah, Zenless is within the HoYoverse. It's not totally disconnected. It is its own thing, but it's, you know, still within our purview. So, yeah. Anyway, also a lot of, again, much of Zenless is still got that Evangelion going on. You know what I mean? So should get an interview with HoYoverse after enduring so much of this. I talk to HoYoverse representatives here and there. That's a thing. I do that. The orange one also has a Titan-like symbol in his orange face. I think that's just like an orb. I think it's just like, yeah, I think it's just like, I don't know if it's a symbol necessarily. Oh, it could be. Could be. Anyway. Follow the wrong hollow exit, end up in another HoYoverse. I mean, we don't know what's at the bottom of Hollow Zero. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, that was I just wanted to point that out. Also, very interesting that Anaxis, who's named after Anaxagoras, is most likely gonna get the core of Cersei's. I'm pretty sure it's on his drip marketing that he has that core. But he's so Odin coded and he looks so much like Kaya. It's not even funny. Like, it's not even funny. You're looking at him going, "Yep." When I said Kaya was Sue all those years ago and people gave me shit for it, I was right. I'm gonna just that one's free for me. That one's free for my ego. My ego is allowed to eat that. I'm allowed to eat that. Show it to us. You want to see Anaxis's drip marketing? He's so Kaya. It's stupid. All right, like first off, like he's got the Conrian star on his chest and friggin' everything. And yes, this is also true to an extent. However, oh man, I really need to go back and find my photos that I edited of Sue, where all I did was recolor his hair, and I was just like, yep, that's Kaya. All I did was make his hair blue, and it was Kaya. But yeah, like, straight up, here's Anaxis. He's based off of Anaxagoras. That's his full name, which is a rather... It's actually kind of interesting because in this game, Anaxis is, or Anaxa, I guess, in this case, is considered a heretic, like someone who, a heathen, if you will, someone who doesn't believe in the divine, and yet here he is as a Titan. He's also doing an extremely Fischl-like pose, which is fascinating to me with those special effects. And also, Anaxagoras was the one to introduce the concept of nous, aka the cosmic mind, which if you play Star Rail, that should be very familiar to you because nous is the eon of erudition, whose path is tied to Amphorius. So if you've got this guy here who doesn't believe in the divinity, or in the divine nature of gods, basically, and believes he has the ability to peel away the veil of folly or whatever. I find that very fascinating, especially because he also has these little yellow ghosties, just like Sunday, and Sunday did the same thing as Kevin did, and Kevin was trying to make Project Stigma a reality, which again is a giant dream-like collective consciousness. Do you see the insanity? I hate this company. I hate this company so much. I say that with love. I say that with love. And his gameplay is erudition. Yeah, he's also an erudition character. You can see it over here. I hate everything. Anyway, he's very Kaya. He is very, very Kaya. Just one look at it, you're just like, yeah, okay. He's even got the single side ponytail. He's got the hair. Like, come on, man. If that's not the most, I don't know. Anyway. And Alhaitham. No, Alhaitham takes on Sue for a bit. The thing is, okay, I've said this before. Sue is a combination of both Kevin and Sue. That's my opinion. He has, obviously, the intellect and the calm rationale and the color palette of Sue, obviously, but he has everything else that comes from Kevin. He's Kaya with Kave's JPVA. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it funny. But it can get even more conspiratorial. You know why? Because I think Kave is supposed to be like a pseudo auto stand-in. Auto Apocalypse. The thing about Auto Apocalypse is he's actually a descendant or at least related to Sue. And it's one of the reasons why they share an evolved form of family crest. And Apocalypse, which is Otto's last name, literally means revelation. Someone who has become enlightened, which I find fascinating. No, Alhaitham is a combo of Sue and Kevin. Sorry, I might have misspoken. You never saw the Kaya up to now? Why do this to me? Because, I mean, it's gonna keep going. I mean, look at him. He's got the Kaya sass, okay? He's got that Kaya sass. Anyway. And he's got the fischl pose. Like, this is so fischl, it's not even funny. So we talked about this already, but do you think we'll meet Pantalone or Columbina next? Columbina is next on the wheel, but Pantalone was mentioned by Mahuika. The wheel's order seems to be not the order that we meet them, but the order that we fight them. So I think we could easily meet Pantalone first, but fight Columbina before that. Or just fight her next. Yeah, anyway. I don't know which it'll be, though. I feel like Columbina makes the most sense, but I also kind of feel like the Doctor might be the one that shows up in Natlan. I don't know. Columbina does make the most sense to show up in Natlan, but that's also a vibe-based thing. I'm vibe crafting again. Why are we limiting it to one character and fully of the opinion that multiple characters in Genshin can be remixes of one Honkai character? Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. I firmly believe that every quote-unquote XP in Genshin is actually a mix of two different Honkai characters. Like, for example, the Raiden Shogun, or A in this case, I think is supposed to be May, but also Dr. May. So Raiden May and Dr. May mashed up into one. Because I actually feel like she exhibits more Dr. May traits than Raiden May traits, but obviously she's got a lot of the stuff from Raiden as well. Anyway, Mighty reminds you of Kelpus? Yeah, he does. For sure. For sure. Anyway. Amy has her eye, but why? Because Odin. She's an Odin reference. She's straight up an Odin reference. That's why she has a raven that follows her around. Odin and his ravens. That's like her thing. Why was Amy chosen to have Fischl's eye? Riddle me that. What? No. She just cosplays. I don't understand the question. What do we know about the Harbinger with the big robot? Nothing. Any theories that I had about Sandrone are back in my Fontaine material. I don't really want to rehash them at this point. Have I seen the Castorus' Sealy theory? Or Zila? No, but I'm withholding judgment on Castorus right now because I'm pretty sure she's more Griseo at this point, especially if the dragon ends up being Cosma. One of her eyes is conveniently hidden. Fischl's? Yeah, that's the point. Look, Anaxis also has one missing eye. So does Kaya. All three of them are references to Odin. Literally, all three of them are references to Odin. It's funny because Fischl can actually see out of both eyes. And actually, we just learned that Beto doesn't need her eye patch either. She actually uses it the way pirates intended, which was to have one eye that's always acclimated to the dark so that when you go both above and below deck, your eye doesn't need time to adjust to the dark, which I think is really funny. I don't know how that really works in practice because then you have to close the eye that's like acclimated to bright. But then it's going to be acclimated to dark, which makes me wonder if like when Beto goes up and down, like above and below decks, if she's like swapping which eye has the eye patch on it. That would be kind of funny. But also it implies that she doesn't have lights below deck, which I have a hard time believing, but whatever. Yeah. But then is Book Fischl also an Odin? Yes, Amy is role-playing the Fischl from the book. The Fischl from the book is an Odin reference. She's related to Ermin, the one who pierced the earth, the Axis Mundi. If you read The Shattered Halberd, you'll figure it out pretty quickly what she's supposed to be. But her ravens are supposed to be her father's ravens. Well, not really. It's like her advisor. It's supposed to be a reference to Odin and his ravens, basically. But Fischl, as in the playable character, is just role-playing that. So yes, they are both references to Odin. Do you think Venti and the Heavenly Principles are doing the same thing as what the Lord of the Night says that she does when she sleeps to extend her life? Maybe. Probably. She has the crow. Is that also cosplaying? Yes. Because her Oz is basically a manifestation of her vision's power. If she wants to LARP as Fischl, then obviously her companion would be Fischl's companion, which is Asphaldos, something Ravens. Don't make me say it from memory. I have to do it from reading. Oz. Don't know if I spoke about it yet. What do you think about the Men of Lithen? Okay, we're starting to go in circles now, so I'm gonna head off, but I am working on a script for the Men of Lethan. But I did talk about it on stream. So knowing we have Shattered Halberd, Princess Mina, and the lore book Flower for Princess Fischl, but we don't have actual Princess and Vertelung book. We also have Mitternacht's Waltz. Don't forget that one. Why does Oz have his own mind? I don't know. Maybe Fischl's talking to herself. Maybe she has an imaginary friend. Maybe Oz is technically like Guoba and was friends with the real Fischl. Maybe Fischl isn't actually a fake character. Maybe the novel is about like a real historical event that happened that got turned into a fictional thing. Maybe it's like Dai Ting. Maybe it's like, I don't know, any other summon. Yao Yao's Yugui. Who knows? Like, I don't think it matters that much. I really don't think it matters that much. She's LARPing. Everything about her is supposed to reference something that happened with the real Fischl. That's basically it. But the thing about Fischl is that her story is supposed to take place in and around Conria. Like, it's related to that. So when we talk about an Axis looking like Kaya, who is Conrian, but having a Fischl pose and all that other kind of stuff, and being related to Odin, which is Ermin, which is related to King Ermin, who was fighting gods, didn't believe in divinity, all that kind of stuff, also related to Conria, you start to see how we get full circle, right? I'm not sure if this was answered already. I still don't get what happened to Capitano. So I'm gonna put out a recap for all 5.5 Natlan Archon quests that we got, which should come out when it comes out. I finished recording it like a couple days ago and gave it to Harley because if I have to edit a 70-minute video, I'm gonna die. Is an Axe on Numor file? He might be. Okay, so the captain, as far as I could tell, fused his existence with the Lord of the Night. So he basically performed what I like to call a chemical marriage, where he like became one with a Seelie. So his body, which can't die, now belongs to her and provides her with immortal life. And now his spirit is either inside of the Lord of the Night, or it's somehow down in the Night Kingdom. But, you know, he can't be reborn because his soul is stuck down there. As far as I can tell, that's basically what happened to him. I wouldn't say taken. I'm talking about like a chemical marriage, not like a literal marriage. I have to explain this. And this is a very Fontaine thing. This is a very Fontainian thing. This is a chemical marriage. It's an alchemy thing. So basically, it's like the fusion of opposites. So the Red King and the White Queen are alchemical allegories, and their union represents the process of uniting opposites to create a greater, fully unified product of that union, which is basically what we have with the Captain and the Lord of the Night. That's what it means. It's like a fusion. It's literally this, okay? This is straight up what they did. Kill me. If the Night Kingdom is separated from the main leyline network, then how is Mahuika awakening, boosting, sending ripples through the main network? Like we saw Luring Lantern, right? She didn't send ripples through the ley lines during Lantern, right? We already talked about that, though. What do I think about the fact that Fischl has the Fatui leitmotif in her main theme? I think you may have heard that from me. It wasn't actually the Fatuis, it was Wanderers. Believe it or not. There's a few notes from stuff into Tara Suna that lines up. I don't know. But either way, like, even if that's not the case, I'm not the best person to ask what the music references, though. Let's just throw that out there. I'm not the music person. The one thing I will say though is, like, even if it is true that Fischl has a musical connection to the Fatui, remember that the Fatui were founded by and are primarily made up of people connected to Conria. Again, Fischl connected to Conria. It's the math is actually pretty simple on that one. What was the paradox? He's immortal, but he was trying to pay the death toll for using the Lord or the Shade of Death's power. Mahuika was supposed to die because the Shade of Death wanted her death in return for using Renova's power, right? But the Lord of the Night was like, I don't want Mahuika to pay the debt. I want the captain to pay the debt. And because Renova, for some unfathomable reason, believes that the Lord of the Night's wishes should be respected, the captain's death was the one that needed to be used to pay down the death debt. But because the captain is immortal, he can't die. So if he tries to die in order to, you know, pay off the debt, he can't because he's immortal. So it becomes a paradox. So she had to choose. Does she want people to pay back her death debt, or does she want to make him mortal? And she decides that the curse of immortality must stand, and therefore, no paradox, fuses with the Lord of the Night. She remains mortal forever, or immortal forever. Now she can live forever. Everyone's happy. Couldn't she go back to Malwika? Yeah, that's the part that I don't even understand. This is straight up the last thing I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired. Y'all have a lot of questions. Too many questions. Yeah, this is the part that I don't really understand either, okay? As far as I can tell, friggin' Malwika is supposed to pay the debt. By terms of the contract, she's supposed to pay the debt. But the one who has to be okay with it is apparently not Renova, the Lord of the Night. The thing about the Lord of the Night is that she's a Seelie, rather an angel. Her mandate is to watch over and do whatever she thinks is best for humankind. Now, Renova is for some reason respecting the Lord of the Night's wishes to not use Mahuika as the sacrifice and to use the captain instead. If Renova doesn't respect the Lord of the Night's request, then there is no paradox or anything else. Which basically means that it's more important for Renova to respect the wishes of an angel than it is for her to forego one of her rules. Wasn't the death debt somewhat of a mistranslation from the original Chinese and it had to be a soul with equivalent weight to an Archon's? I don't know. But either way, the terms of the contract said that the one who used the power of death's power needs to be the one who dies. That's all I know. That's all you can get from the quest. If there's any sort of like other stipulations to that contract, we just don't know what they are. Does that mean angels are stronger or higher rank than the shades? No, actually, this is where being more familiar with Chinese culture and media would make this a lot easier to understand. But essentially, the heavenly principles is the one who sets the laws of heaven, and earth follows the laws of heaven. Now, these laws, when they're issued, are called mandates. So, if someone has a heavenly mandate, that basically means they have an order from the highest authority in the land. So, if the Lord of the Night says that it is her mandate to do what is best for humans, and she believes that this is what is best for humans, then the order or the mandate isn't coming from her, it's coming from the dude upstairs. Well, the descender upstairs, the heavenly principles itself. So the lawmaker, the highest law in the land, has mandated that the Lord of the Night has the right and the privilege to make this decision. And Renova has to respect the mandate that came from her boss. So it doesn't put angels at a higher authority. It just means that angels follow a law or have a responsibility issued to them that comes from a higher authority, and that authority is what Renova has to respect. Does that make sense? Yeah, not a plot hole. Definitely questionable writing. You're right, Mad Hiding Hood. Um, I think it was poorly explained. I don't think they did a very good job um, really giving us the tools we needed to understand some of the things that went down. Um, but yeah, the law comes from up top, so she's got to respect it. Angel using the chain of command and contract details to get what she wanted, basically. Yeah, I mean, essentially, that's about right. Have I seen the explanation in the archives after that quest? I didn't look. Why? Does it say? If it does, I'm gonna be mad. Oh my god, fandom. Stop. Do we get to see the archives in here? I don't think I've ever actually looked for the archives in here. You still don't understand the paradox? The Capitano can't force anything. What power does he have? He does have power. So what Mawiko was going to do is she was going to offer herself up to the sacred flame, and her soul was going to burn and fuel the Lord of the Night indefinitely. So if the captain wanted to trigger the paradox, all he would have to do is the same ritual. He would have to offer himself up to the sacred flame and theoretically burn indefinitely. That would basically be his death. But he can't die because he's immortal. Trigger paradox. There you go. But instead, he fused with the Lord of the Night. I said this was going to be the last thing I was going to talk about. I didn't give you a last, like a streaming on 8. What? Why is Max doing a special on Luigi Mangione? I don't friggin' understand anything anymore. Nothing makes sense to me. Nope, nothing. I don't know where the archive is. I don't think I've ever actually looked for the archive, and I don't want to open the game again. Nope. Nope. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. It's an instant mistrial if the law works, maybe. If I just stop talking, will you guys assume I fell asleep? Do I sleep with many pillows or just one or none? I have 2 different 60-pound pillows that like to drool on me. Stop answering questions. I can't. It's a compulsion. Fine. Okay. I'm going. Eating my Ethernet? You can't. I don't have Ethernet. I have cellular internet. I literally have Verizon home internet. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. Goodbye. Wait, actually, hold on one second. I'm going. Hang on one second. No. The reason is because there were 3 super chats, and I just want to say thank you really quickly to Shiki. Thank you for your super chat. And Noxus, thank you as well. And Jonathan Byerstan, thank you as well for your super chat. It's much appreciated, and thank you very much for also not asking me questions because you know what part of the stream we're on. I appreciate you. It's very nice. Anyway, I'm gonna go now, like for real, for real. My finger's on the button. You can see my mouse. It's hovering on the button in OBS. This is where the stop streaming button is. Right here. You just can't see OBS because it's hidden. So I'm gonna go. This is probably gonna be a super long VOD, but I don't stream that often, so it's fine. Thanks for watching. See you later. Bye!